This is a call to order the February 15th and 16th annual retreat of the Ducktown Council. At this time, what I'd like to do is welcome council, welcome staff, and welcome the public that are here today. The objective of the retreat every year is for an opportunity for the council and staff and presenters basically to do planning and strategic looking forward into the coming year and get an update. There are no public comments and no public questions taken from the audience because this is a working session between council and staff, but certainly during breaks you can approach council or staff and or presenters if you have questions. We are going to stay on schedule today. We have a fairly tight schedule, so I will be reminding presenters of their time and when in fact they need to be off the stage. At noontime, the council and staff will retreat for a lunch and other business. There will be no food provided for the public this year at lunchtime, so you can make your plans accordingly, but there will be snacks this morning. There are snacks back there now, and there will be snacks in the afternoon. And with that, without any further ado, I'm going to ask our first presenter, Wynn Bridges, who's the District 1 Division Engineer, and if he'd come up and introduce his team. In fact, I guess we have someone else to.
Thank you very much. My name is Wynn Bridges. I'm the Division Engineer with NCDOT Division 1, and we do have a presentation, but I'd like to introduce the staff I brought today. My Deputy Division Engineer, well, first thing, I've been with DOT 32 years, all here in Division 1, so I'm pretty familiar with all the Division 1, and Ronnie Sawyer, he's my Deputy Division Engineer. He has 28 or 29 years. Barry Hobbs is our Division Project Development Engineer who was promoted when Gretchen Byram retired. He has 30 years. And Craig Midgett, our Planning Engineer, has 5 years. Yeah. So we're glad to be here again to discuss items you wish to discuss. And with that, Craig prepared the presentation. I'm going to relinquish the podium to Craig and let him go through our presentation, and then we will entertain questions throughout. I noticed several of the items this morning either pertain to us or may involve us through the conversation. So we'll be available to answer what we can. And if we can't, we'll take it down, hunt down the answers, and get it back to y'all after we determine. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Craig Midgett. I'm the Division Planning Engineer, and I see a lot of faces that I got to see last year, so it's very nice to see you all again. We're going to basically go over a few projects, excuse me, in Dare County that are of interest to Duck, and these are the delivery projects from the 2020-2029 STIP. Now, what that means is when the STIP is programmed, you have several projects in the first 5 years which are scheduled for delivery, and then you have some in the second half of the STIP that will be reprioritized in the next go-around of prioritization process. So these projects are a go, and they are on schedule as of now. Right now, HB-0017 is the Old Man's Harbor Bridge, and they are going to do an overlay and a deck crack repair. The cost is estimated to be about $45 million, and it is currently under contract, and Pablo Hernandez is our resident engineer that covers the Dare County area, and he is the project manager for it. Now, all our project managers, feel free to reach out to any of them at any time with any questions you have, or also feel free to reach out to me or any of our other Division 1 staff. We are more than happy to help in any way we can, giving out information and keeping people up to date. B-5610 is a project that is happening a little further south of us. It is, we're going to replace a bridge over a canal, and the estimated cost is $1.664 million. Planning and design are underway. David Stutz is the project manager for that. It is scheduled to be let in February of 2024. EB 5848 is a bike and ped project that I'm the project manager for, and we are right now in a feasibility study where we're going to study the best way to provide bike and ped facility in upper Dare County between Cypress Knee Lane, and Jack Street. Right now, we're working with a consultant to figure out what's the best possible treatment for that area for bike and ped. Currently under construction, we have two projects. B-2500C is an intersection improvement down near Coquina Beach. They're currently working on that. I went down to, had a basketball game down in Body Island recently, and they are currently working on that. It is being constructed by Barnhill Contracting Company. Pablo Hernandez, the resident engineer, is the project manager. The bid amount was $1,445,713.15, and the completion date is TBD. It is 34% complete. R-5014 is the Collington Road project, and anyone who's driven on US 158 recently, you can see that they are currently working on that. They have a contract completion date of April of 2024, and it is 56% complete. Brandon Tatum, out of the Elizabeth City office, is the resident engineer in charge of that. We have two resurfacing contracts underway right now, and I can honestly say they are currently working on it because I caught it in Nag's Head earlier today. They are both for US 158, and essentially they go from a pavement joining, Kitty Hawk Rest Area, all the way down to East Gray Eagle Street, which is real close to Wellbone Junction. Brandon Tatum is the resident engineer in charge of that, and the contractors for each of those individual contracts are Barnhill and Fred Smith. The one that's with a completion date of 2023 is 59% complete. Alligator River Bridge. The environmental documentation has been approved. The process is currently on schedule and underway. It is being added to the STIP with right-of-way in fiscal year 23 and construction in 2024. Current estimates today, which any estimate is, but probably will change. Right-of-way is $1 million, and utilities are $1 million. Construction right now, the estimate is $262 million. We were very fortunate in January of this year. We received a $110 million multimodal project discretionary grant from the United States Department of Transportation, and we will apply that grant to the construction of the bridge. This is an earlier design of where the bridge placement will occur. It will be constructed a few hundred yards north of the existing bridge. And it has a high drawbridge, so it is not going to be opening as traffic is needed. So that is one of the more desirable options for anybody who's been going on, traveling to East Lake and being caught by the bridge. The Mid-Currituck Bridge. It is a 4.7-mile bridge over the Currituck Sound. There's going to be a 1.5-mile bridge over Maple Swamp. At the two interchanges, there's going to be a new interchange at 158. On the NC12 side, it's going to be a 2-lane roundabout. It is acting and primarily uses for hurricane evacuation, and it reduces travel time, to allow for quicker evacuation time from Dare County, especially the northern beaches where we all know if there's an evacuation, traffic will tend to back up. At the end of last year, the U.S. Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals heard an appeal. It was December of last year. A decision is still pending, so we are all patiently waiting until we get the ruling. Unfortunately, most permitting and planning efforts have been halted while we wait for the final decision. This is a drawing and early design for the bridge approach on Maple Swamp Bridge Road. Again, it's a 1.5-mile bridge, and it will essentially just cover the swamp. The interchange on the NC12 side, as I stated earlier, is a 2-lane roundabout, and there will be some widening of the roadway around that area to allow for 4 lanes, but it will fall back down to a 2-lane road within a mile in either direction. These are the NC12 improvements that I just spoke of, where they're going to be widened in certain areas. The design speed for the roadway is going to be 35 miles per hour. The project purpose and need, obviously, is traffic flow. travel time reduction for people that are visiting the Outer Banks, and a hurricane evacuation route, which will allow quicker egress from the northern Outer Banks area. My name is Craig Midgett, as I said before, and I'll be happy to field any questions, and if I can't answer it, any one of these gentlemen can. Thank you.
Craig, on the Mid-Currituck Bridge, is that the funding all in place?
Mid-Currituck being under the authority of the Turnpike Board of Turnpike, they are handling all the funding and whatnot. We have asked about estimates and forecasts. They have not provided that information, so they are handling it. And he mentioned that, you know, the Fourth Circuit Court heard the appeal, had that hearing on the 9th of December of 2022. Our attorneys and legal representation feel like there'll be some decision, probably this should be coming this spring. The permitting process, the remainder of the permitting process did go on hold for the time being because the agencies did not want to expend their effort to process permits if there was a pending court case. They just decided that the agencies did not want to deal with it. The design is continuing on. DOT is pushing, the Turnpike Authority is pushing on with their portion of it. And once this hearing, once the verdict is handed down by the Fourth Circuit Court, depending on that point, then it will either proceed on. If it's a negative verdict in DOT's on behalf of our part, it'll probably go back, it'll set it back a significant amount because the entire court case was based on the research and the findings in the permit and the studies and whatnot. And if that has to be redone, I expect there'll be a fairly decent setback and have to go back to the drawing board for a lot of that information. So according to an email I sent to Dennis Jernigan, who's the vice chairman and whatnot of the Turnpike Authority, they are proceeding on and there's no other negative news to provide. And that was late last week or early this week. And as far as the alligator goes, yes, we did receive the $110 million grant. Raleigh and the STIP unit and people in above my pay grade are working on securing the remainder of the funding. Like I said, the current estimate is $262. Now, one thing that will be of benefit to everybody on the Outer Banks is included in that grant was a $10 million part of that grant was to install broadband high-speed internet from I-95 all the way to Whalebone Junction. So there will be a new high-speed internet connection from I-95 and 64 all the way to Whalebone, which will provide another link to do that. So.
Great. Thank you, Wynn.
That's exciting.
Any additional questions?
Well, I think my question was centered around that decision that you spoke to, so I appreciate the kind of explaining what happens depending on the ruling. So if it's a favorable ruling, things will step back into place, permitting would proceed, but if not, if it's a negative ruling, then kind of back to the drawing board or back in and getting way back in line with a whole new set of studies, et cetera. Yeah. Okay.
So this is going to sound much less than the things that you guys have been talking about, but in the northern part of Duck, starting around Caffey's Inlet, a lot of our crosswalks, the markings on the road are worn away. Subsequently, we're going to be talking about trying to get you all to reduce the speed limit up there from 45 to 35 and leave it like that. But because the crosswalks are so worn out, no one's stopping when there are pedestrians waiting to go. Well, almost nobody. So it's a safety issue, and we just want to see if maybe somebody's going to take a look at that and figure out a way to.
I actually noticed the condition of some coming in from Kitty Hawk this way, and noticed that some of them were in better shape than others, and they had made a note to have our traffic unit investigate those. I saw some signs, the actual pedestrian sign that points to the crosswalk. Some of those they're there, but the reflectivity is obviously much less than desirable. You can even tell in daylight that the sheeting is aged. I also did see several locations coming this way at some of our signals. Hillcrest comes to mind. I specifically started paying attention when I got there that the live oaks and whatnot have grown out and actually are paralleling the mast arm and are blocking the sign so you can't read the name of the road.
Yeah.
And the signals are not as visible as they should be. And I'm gonna pass that on to our maintenance and traffic staff they'll have to arrange to get a bucket truck and do some selective trimming. We don't want to cut anything down even if we have to, but we do need to remove enough of the overhanging limbs to provide the adequate visibility to the signs and the signals, such that somebody can't come in one day and say, you're not maintaining it, I didn't see it, then we're all on the hook for a potential accident, and God forbid, we don't want a part of that. Mm-hmm. But I am gonna pass all of that on because we actually had the same inquiry about some areas going in the other direction, and our traffic unit is supposed to be looking at it. So Ronnie's taking that down, and we'll pass that down to traffic to come have an investigation and look at it and restore what needs to be restored and do what corrective actions need to be done to get them back to an acceptable level of service.
Thank you.
And as far as your speed limit, what DUC needs to do, send a formal letter you can send it to me, I know y'all have corresponded with Jason Davidson, the division traffic engineer. Send it to one of us, formally requesting what you wish to do. At that point, we will take it and begin investigating and then converse with you about the goods and the bads and the legal, what we can and can't do and work together to come up with a solution. So we've actually had that. Tynamanio, they got a meeting. Is that tomorrow? Is that today? It's tomorrow. I don't know. They got to meet with the town of Manio because Manio's asked the same thing. There's a lot of state roads inside the town of Manio, and there's a lot of city streets in Manio, and there's been a lot of confusion about speed limits on city streets, speed limits on SR roads, and, they don't match, and it makes enforcement a nightmare. So they're trying to come up with some constant solution such that it could all be something that made sense. So send us a formal request, and we will then act accordingly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I can't get my mic on.
I can hear.
The state roads that are side roads off of 12,
Yes.
is there a minimum speed limit you can go to on that?
General statute in North Carolina, you've seen a lot of times when you ride it to the town and it says speed limit 35 unless otherwise posted. That's the general statute speed limit on state roads unless it's otherwise posted. There can be reduced speed limits. We have a lot of requests in towns that want to make it 20. The department has been reluctant to really want to post at 20 because nobody's going to drive 20. We try not to go less than 25 because it's just, most of you can just sit in the car and take your foot off the brake and the car will idle faster than 20. It becomes a matter of realism. But yes, it can be done. That's another one of the things, if you want to put that in the letter that you wish to discuss speed limits in general and specify, for example, this, and this, when you write the letter to me or Jason Davidson, we can address all of that while we're having that conversation. So we would be glad to entertain conversations about that. So, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Because ultimately, what we're hearing, or what I always thought was with the state road, that the Department of Transportation had ultimate authority, and so the question, this process of being able to request something outside the norm is something that you're doing more and more. I've just been under the impression that we didn't have any control of that until I saw what happened in Southern Shores.
Yeah, Mr. Davidson, the Division Traffic Engineer, would be glad to come, maybe have a meeting with a select group after you send the letter to talk about it, and he can inform you what the statutes are, what can be done, really, what really should be done. Like I explained, the 20, and a lot of people, we want to make it 20, and nobody drives 20. We've actually heard from law enforcement before say, we're not going to even try to enforce 20. It's almost impossible. So, it becomes a moot point. It's kind of like we preach to our guys about taking down the construction signs when they leave the work zone. Take the orange signs down, because if you don't, people get used to seeing it and it don't pay them any mind. Well, you start posting 20, 20, 20, 20, nobody enforces it, people tend to push it. So we try to come up with something that's a reasonable figure, but it's not so artificially low that it's really unenforceable and not attainable. But we'll be glad to come and have that conversation in depth in specific locations.
Great.
When along those same lines, we have a lot of private side streets and we also have state side streets. Would you want the state side streets to all be the same speed limit? Would it be confusing if some were 15 or 20 and some were 25? I'm talking about state roads only, not the private ones.
Well, we'd like them to be consistent. There may be reasons why some would be higher than others. Now, Duck, just by geometry, is so confined. You don't have a secondary road that's running off and going a long ways out in a less populated area. Because there are areas that, much like I talked about the 20, 25, whatnot, we don't want to artificially make it 25 and there's nothing there and there's no reason for it to be 25, But based on, we actually had a meeting yesterday with our regional traffic engineer. And because the general statute says 35 unless otherwise posted, that's going to require us, if it's less than 35, to have to physically post a sign at every one of them, which is it's a cost consideration. Really, if you think about every SR road that exists, it could get to be a fairly significant investment, to have to put them up and then maintain them and replace them when they degrade or get knocked down but that can be talked about, infinitely when we meet specifically to talk about it. But we want to kind of be reasonable in our postings and whatnot.
Win, while we have you here, could you talk a little bit about the maintenance plan you have for state roads? So not only NC-12, but the state-owned side roads. How do you plan to do resurfacing? How do you plan to do the as-needed repairs? That's of interest to folks that live on state roads.
Well, obviously, phone calls require an investigation, and anything that has to be addressed, we try to address it to a certain extent. The pavement, the resurfacing plan, our HMIP, our hot mix improvement plan, highway maintenance improvement plan, which sounds like maintenance, but it's really the resurfacing plan. We have to have a 5-year plan. Throughout every division has to have a 5-year plan for every road that's ours. Now, much like y'all, you can have a plan, and best laid plans of mice and men, everybody knows the thing. We have a 5-year plan, but it's subject to flux because, as everybody knows, the price of everything has skyrocketed. The price of paving is it's unreal how much it's cost us today. So projects that we already had under contract are overrunning just because of the cost of things the way they are. So we're having to borrow from today's money to finish current contracts. And so things have to get adjusted, and you may have to move things out because money doesn't go as far as it used to. But there is a 5-year plan, and it can be provided, and we can get a copy of the 5-year plan for the resurfacing plan to show you what is Well, you know, if nothing else, we can show you all of Dare County or everything north of the 158 intersection, you know, so you'll know what's going on. That can be provided. Our maintenance group does put in what's called a RMIP. They love acronyms and whatnot. RMIP, which is Routine Maintenance Improvement Program, where they pick certain functions, not every function we do, but high-ticket functions like shoulders, drainage, pipe replacements, and things like that. And they're specifically located based on the route. We're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to go here. That doesn't mean that we won't react and respond to an issue that's brought to our attention that needs to be dealt with. So communication with Jeff Ryder at the maintenance yard in Manio, who is responsible for all of our maintenance along here, even if it's not a road maintenance thing, if it's a signal, if it's a bridge or anything else, if it starts at Manio, then Jeff will then get it to the proper person, because our bridge maintenance unit looks after large culverts and bridges. Traffic services and traffic engineering looks after the lines, the signs, and the signals. Maintenance looks after, well, roadside environmental does the mowing and the heavy routine trimming, vegetation trimming, and maintenance does everything else. Everything you can't define and know where to stick it, maintenance has to deal with it. So, but direct your phone calls direct to Jeff at Manio. I'm sure y'all have got Jeff's contact information. And then he will investigate and then pass it on to who does it. But there is a 5-year paving plan, and there is an annual routine maintenance plan every year that they have to put in and have in the computer, and it can be shown. You know, sometimes it's right specific. Sometimes it's, we're just going to do this much of this task. Like, I hate to say litter pickup. I mean, everybody despises litter pickup, but if something's got to be done, and if people would stop throwing stuff outside the car and take the trash home, we wouldn't have to worry about half of it. But it's a nuisance, and we hear it a lot. It's a big ticket item for Raleigh, and you know, anything we can do to promote not doing it is great.
Would the,
When I had a question, a little bit north of here in the Sanderling neighborhood, there's a pond on the east side, and it's causing some erosion. It's not to the point now where it's really, you know, encroaching on the highway, but I mean, it could come to a point where it becomes not totally stable. There's a culvert underneath the road as well, going from the sound into the pond. So how does the NCDOT address something like that?
It's one of those undefined things that you have to deal with when you get there. We actually, based on where the right-of-way is and what the encroachment is and what's going on with it, we do shoreline stabilization, which you've seen us do it on the sign side, you know, to hold the sign back, keep from losing the slope. We've done things like that. I mean, the pond is not ours.
Right.
We would likely, I mean, honestly, we'd look to some joint thing with a landowner to say, look, you've got an entity here that is beginning to be a problem. You know, we need to work together on a solution here. Might be some cost share stuff, and we might look to the town to help work with that. You know, because it would be easier for us to work with the municipality than work with an individual. So things like that require individual,
okay,
and it's really undefinable.
That's a fair
If it's the location I think about, I remember looking for the mystery pipe. I used to call it that years and years ago, long time ago. Somebody said there's a pipe there. Nobody found it. I was stomping around out there at the bulkhead and went, well, it's right there. And then I took a probe rod and walked out there in the middle of a vacant lot and went, it's right there. But nobody claimed ownership of the pipe. Because DOT doesn't really pipe across private property to sand. There may have been a pipe under the road at one time, and somebody decided, well, I don't want this ditch in the middle of my lot, so they piped the lot. And when that pipe degrades, nothing drains, and it just becomes an ugly sight. But We would want to work with
Okay, that's
you and them to figure out how to.
that's a good answer, thank you.
Okay.
I just have one last question. The traffic cameras that are along 12, probably 75% of the time are not working, or you can't access them on the internet. Is that something that the maintenance people in Manio handle, or is that from somewhere?
Right. Jason
somewhere
Davidson,
else?
Jason Davidson, our traffic engineer. I mean, those counts are collected every couple of years, and, well, then, huh? Or you say cameras?
Cameras.
Oh, I thought you said traffic counts.
No.
So traffic cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll need to make that, we need to talk to Jason and Madison Phillips, Madison used to be our lead signal technician, now he's the deputy division traffic engineer. And we are actually working on a new server to get all our cameras tied to a central server location, which would be much easier because we give people permission to access the cameras, and then everybody's messing in them, and it ties down the bandwidth so bad that they become almost dysfunctional.
Yeah, well, no, a lot of the time people try to get on there and take a look to see if they're going to head somewhere. And
I know, and they should.
And it's just down. It's not running.
Well, there have been a lot of them that have been dying recently, and we have been a little bit remiss in messing with them, waiting until we got that central server back up, because then once it all gets tied back together, it's going to become much faster and more efficient and easier to deal with, because there's some old technology that was tying some of those back to our system, but we'll check and see. Have you got specific ones that you're referring to, or just in general?
The ones between here and where NC 12 and 158 intersect.
All right, we'll get with Jason.
I think there's 3 or 4 of them maybe.
We'll get Jason and Madison to see what the status of those are. And if they need to go ahead and be rectified, we're going to rectify them. Or if they're in the process of working on it, we'll let you know.
The, excuse me, the side streets that are state routes,
Yes.
if the community wants to take their roads back over, is there a procedure that
Yes,
they
sir,
can do?
ma'am. Yes, sir, be glad to. No, in all seriousness, what needs to happen, if a municipality wants to assume maintenance of that.
No, I'm saying the homeowners association.
Oh, okay. Well, if the homeowner association wants to, what we say is have a road abandoned, there's a form that they'll fill out. It requires everybody who is on the road to concur with abandonment. And, but yes, there is a process. It's a form. Write that, if you hadn't already written, write that down too. And what we'll do is we'll send you an email, the form, and then they can get it filled out. They'll submit it to the district office in Elizabeth City, because all this stuff goes through the district before it comes to the division. Well, David Otts used to be your district engineer, and that's vacant, but you can still send it over there, care of him and Caitlin Spear, so they'll figure it out. But yes, there is a process. If homeowners want to take over the road, once they submit it, then we'll investigate each road on its own merit and make sure there's nothing that's going to get landlocked off the end that, you know, that it shouldn't be. One of the things in this part of the world that becomes very, very concerning to people is water access. If there was access to public waters along a public thoroughfare and somebody wants to abandon it, that's almost a given that we're not going to do that. You know, I think there's actually somewhere in our administrative code or our legislation that says access to public waters, DOT will not abandon a road that serves access to public water. But that's just a rare case that you have that. But yes, it can be done, and we will be glad to entertain it.
When reversed, when is the, on private roads, is the state accepting private roads back into the system in reverse?
There is the same process that deletes roads, adds roads. We are, as Anybody who have been around for a long time, and I've been 32 years I have, we used to have a very, very robust secondary roads construction program where we had dirt roads that were ours all along, and we went in, got the right of way, widened them, upgraded them, and paved them. Well, that program went away several years ago. It didn't go away, but it reduced significantly. And the criteria for roads to qualify to get money changed. But now, if the road, for example, if the road was platted after September 30th, 1975, and it is built to state standards and paved, right-of-way sufficient, drainage sufficient, no encroachments and fancy brick walls out there to the white line, all sorts of things like that, it can be added to the system, and yes, we are still adding them. Currituck it's a flurry in Currituck. I mean, every time you turn around, there's a subdivision getting added. But these are new subdivisions that are built and paved to state standards, and then we add them, once they get to home density and things like that. But the same forms, we'll send the whole package, road addition and road deletion, and yes, they can be, we are still adding. Now, if it's an old road prior to September 30th, 1975, they can be added in their current condition as long as they're fairly acceptable maintenance condition. But the problem is the funding that we used to accompany that, to dress them up, put a little stone on them, that funding is pretty non-existent now. So we have not really added any that are pre-75, not already paved, things like that. But yeah, we can add them.
And Wynn, did you say you would send us a copy of the 5-year plan for this area?
We can, yes, sir.
Recognizing it's
Yes.
subject to change?
Yes, we'll send you a copy of the latest 5-year paving plan for, if you just want, say, from the Kitty Hawk split this way, if you don't be bothered with all the rest, that's fine. If you want to see the whole
That's cool.
thing,
Yeah,
we can
that's
send the whole thing.
Do it aside.
Yep.
It just would be easier for y'all to see.
This is just sort of a general question, but first I just want to thank your involvement and your participation coming down to talk to us as frequently as you have, and your interest in the area, and your tenure and your longevity with the Department of Transportation is really something great. When knowing that as much as you do about District 1 and our area and what we're faced with, do you look at us as a sort of a unique area, being here on this barrier island with the 2-lane road that, feeds up into, huge different county?
I was preparing a response to that very question as I wrote up here, thinking, how am I going to say this? Y'all, because I know there's been a lot of conversations about crosswalks, pedestrians, multi-use paths, bicycles, strollers, just all sorts of stuff. You are unique in the fact that you are a destination and you are on a thoroughfare to other destinations. So that really makes it complicated that you have people here who are here to be in Duck, yet you have people on that end and that end wanting to go in the other way, and they don't want to be impeded by you. So it's a very ticklish situation, and yes, this is unique in the fact that traffic on 12 has increased. You can see it. I turned in here to try to park and couldn't. Had to turn around and get out and go to park over there. And I like not to get out the driveway because everybody was coming over the curve down here. But if you look at your community is a smaller version. If you look at Currituck, the peninsula from Barco all the way down to Point Harbor, Currituck has exploded economically, right? Development, homes, businesses, all along that corridor. Well, normally what does DOT do when a corridor gets congested? Build a bypass.
Bypass, yeah.
There's nowhere in Currituck to build a bypass. And there's nowhere here to build a bypass. Mm-hmm. So yes, you are in a very restricted, tight situation. In fact, there's nowhere to go. And the crosswalks and things like that are great to protect your pedestrians, people coming back and forth. but every time somebody steps on a crosswalk, it stops traffic. There was a talk last year about signals and signalizing the crosswalks, and that's just, the minute you start putting up signals, that just chokes traffic even worse. They're not all they're cracked up to be. I tell you, a signal is not a cure-all to a traffic problem. A lot of times, it creates more problems than it fixes. Well, it fixes certain problems and it creates other problems. And sometimes the other problems are worse than what you had to start with. Hence the roundabout at the end of the Mid-Currituck Bridge. We talking about putting a roundabout somewhere and everybody looks at us like we've lost our minds. First, my biggest exposure to roundabouts and their effectiveness is I had to go to a meeting in Wilmington. Well, I stayed in Surf City. Has anybody been to Surf City recently? They built a new bridge over there in the coastal waterway to tie Surf City back, Outer Banks Surf City back to mainland. At both ends of that new high-rise bridge is a roundabout. Used to be signals. Signals there used to back traffic up like signals down here do back across Wright Memorial Bridge. But when you go across that bridge in Surf City now, you just go in that roundabout and just go right and out where you want to go. Traffic never stops. You don't see them backed up and choked up and waiting at signals. It's a new item that people don't like because it's new. But once they ever really get used to it, it's like, this isn't all as bad as it seems. Because you just don't stop, you just move. So once you learn how to do it and how to get in and where I need to get out, and if you miss your turn getting out, you just go around the block, right? I mean, it's not that hard. But people don't like it because it's new.
They're actually safer, too, from an accident standpoint.
They are. Well, and even the thing about it is the accidents are different.
They're less severe.
If you have an accident, it's a sheet metal accident damage, a little bumper stuff goes to the body shop. It's not a T-bone or somebody got hit. So the accident type changes from a critical accident to a minor property damage. And to us, that's a win. If somebody doesn't go out in an ambulance or get airlifted out of a helicopter, that's a win to DOT. And that's why you'll see less signals and more roundabouts, and I'll say the other four-way stops. People hate them, but they work. I was told we thought we were idiots up back in Bertie County because we took two primary roads and put a four-way stop. They said it was going to be terrible. There hadn't been a serious accident I know of since we put it in a couple of years ago, but it works now that people know how to handle it. So yes, it's different, it's new, but yeah, we'll be glad to. We'll look at all this stuff, and yes, you are unique. And I was thinking, if there's any way to consolidate crosswalks, it helps a lot to minimize the points of impact. I don't know how you do it and how you tell somebody, no, you can't have one. If somebody builds a new development somewhere and it generates a lot of pedestrian traffic, they don't want to walk down a block, cross, and back a block. And at some point, the hard answer is, you need to walk down to the existing and come back. So that's a tough decision to make, but sometimes it just needs to be said.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Wynn. We appreciate you and your team coming today and sharing information, answering our questions. We're going to have an interesting discussion now on speed limits, so you're welcome to stay and listen to that.
Well, I was just looking at the agenda thinking if we needed to be around for the updates on the living shoreline, bike lanes, and 12 elevation.
It might help you to know where we are with that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Wynn.
Thank you, Wynn.
Thank you so much.
Next up is speed limit discussion with Drew Havens.
So thanks to Wynn, my presentation actually gets to be a little bit shorter. Betsy's working on getting that. Oh, all right. So as noted, NCDOT governs the speed limits on DOT roads. A couple things we want to talk to you about this morning is, one is that, so they have an official, I'll put it in air quotes, speed limit map that shows the speed limits that are currently set on their roadways. We can, as Wynn said, by letter, by resolution is how we've done it in the past, to DOT, request modification to speed limits on our roads. DOT then evaluates those requests based on their engineering criteria and their standards and makes a response. My understanding, I'll look at Wynn to be sure this is still correct, it goes then to the State Transportation Board, needs to officially adopt that as the legal speed limit on that road. I think that's the way that process works.
I don't know what the board does, but it does go to our Raleigh Traffic Engineering Unit, so it does go outside the division.
Okay, so it goes to Raleigh for approval. So you'll recall, council, we had an issue where we weren't really sure where the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit transitioned from 35 on the south end of the village based on where signs were and based on how the mapping laid out. So we did send a request in to have that changed. As a result of that, I looked at this map and I looked at our speed limit table that's in our town code and found that there are discrepancies between the two. So one of the things that we'd like to get from you is some direction on how to clean that up so we can do just one resolution to DOT and hopefully clean everything up. So you have in front of you the towns, so out of chapter 71, this schedule shows the state roads and the speed limits on them within the town. You have that handout, and you also have this handout, and there's a lot of information on this. That's why I printed it out for you. This shows each of the state roads in town, a brief description of the road and what the current speed limit is per the state's speed limit map. And then there's a column that we've called desired there, so kind of if we're looking for consistency, what the desired speed limit is. You'll see on that there are some that are state roads that there's no speed limit shown on our table or on the state's map. So again, we're just trying to clean all of it up and submit, kind of do one submittal to DOT. You've had two points of input from residents. One being have the council consider requesting that DOT lower the speed limit on NC 12. So where it goes, basically in the Snow Geese area, it goes to 45 off-season, to leave that at 35. So it would be then 35 from the time you leave the village until you get out of Duck. So that's one of the requests. You also have another petition that's been already forwarded by a private resident to DOT requesting the speed limit on Plover Drive be lowered either to 15 or 20 miles an hour. We're just looking for your direction because I think the DOT will be looking for input from the council on how you want to handle speed on the side roads within your community. So the points of direction that we really need are how do you want to handle NC 12, and then what do you want to do with speed limits on the side roads? You'll see on this table and on the map that I printed for you, they're actually on the state map, and as Wynn said, so it's 35 unless otherwise posted. So there are roads that you drive on a 25-mile-an-hour road and then little cul-de-sacs, because they're not posted, they're 35 mile an hour. So it really, for the sake of consistency, make it easier, for your police officers, it would be great to say, let's have council decide what you want your speed limit to be on those side roads, and then make that request to DOT for consideration. So that's
Split the discussion and start with the North Duck and the speed limit of 35. My comments are, I live on the south side, and coming out of Tuckahoe, it's 35 miles an hour, and that's difficult at times. I can imagine if that was 45. I guess I'm sympathetic to the people that live up north, because as you go up through those curves, and even if you're going 45, you got people right on your tail end. I think it makes sense to lower that 35 because people are going to exceed the 35. But I guess I'm sympathetic to that section of road up there. I would support the 35 miles an hour year-round. And there's a lot more traffic on it now than there's ever been before.
Yeah, I would add to that, living up north, as well as hearing from a lot of constituents about north. John Park, one of our constituents here, pointed out some things that, in that 45 zone, we've got, just in Sanderling alone, there's 6 crosswalks. Then going through the whole 45 zone, there's 33 intersections and 99 driveways. I mean, that's a lot of traffic coming in and out of side streets into a 45-mile-an-hour zone. And I think on top of that, we've got more full-timers here than we've had before. And we have more people spending time off-season who aren't full-timers, but they're here more. We see the traffic counts, Chief, like almost 6,000 a day going beyond Duck up to Currituck. So that's a lot of traffic. And I think it would make a lot of sense to be at the 35-mile-an-hour limit year-round, and then it's consistent everywhere. Because in a sense, it doesn't make sense that we go to 35 where the Corps of Engineer and our public safety is. I assume we want it for the public safety reason, but there's no other driveways there except those two, and we go down to 35. Then when we go to a heavier residential area, we go back up to 45. So it doesn't seem to be logical either. So I would say that the 35 is year-round is the way to go. Then we're consistent everywhere except through town, which 25 makes sense.
I would agree. Oh, go ahead, Sandy.
I don't have a problem with lowering it to 35 all the way through town, except for the village commercial area.
I'm in agreement with the going to 35 year-round. I mean, I think historically, when we've had the 2 seasons, the seasonality of going to 45, it was at a different time. It was a different era for this whole area, and it made sense. I think coupled with the fact that Southern Shores just reduced to 35 year-round really revealed to me that you could do that. I didn't think, that they could get involved in that kind of request, as I noted earlier. I think the only detriment is the negative impact it's going to have, or the perception of negative impact it's going to have on people that are trying to get to crawl. They're going to be feeling like they're being hindered, that they're being penalized, that they've got places to go, people to see, especially in the winter. So I have that concern. I know, I think anecdotally, I've heard that there was some backlash at Southern Shores when they did that to their public officials. So I think there is that concern, but I think overall safety and just consistency, it does seem to be the time to make that request for all those reasons.
Yeah, and who remembers the formula drilled into your head in school? Time times rate equals distance, distance divided by rate equals time. And doing that calculation, you can see by going from 45 to 35 from the Currituck line to town, it's less than a minute and a half difference. So what do we? When you're chugging down Southern Shores,
through Southern Shores, it does feel slower. But that's someone who's been driving at
I'm not surprised that you did the math, actually. So.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do the math.
I would never say that, sir.
But, no, I mean, it's a safety issue. That's the bottom line. And the people that will complain the most will be workers that need to get to Corolla and do their thing, right? So if they think that they're going to save time in the 1.5 or 2 miles of the 45-mile-an-hour limit, that's an indication that they're not going to even slow down for the 45. So I'm good with going to 35.
Okay. Cool.
So what do you need from us on that particular subject?
So nothing, other than to let you know that what we'll do is we'll take that, then whatever you decide on the side streets, we'll put it together into one document, and we'll put it on your agenda for March, let you do a vote to approve that, and then we'll send it off to DOT folks.
Good. The second subject then should be the side streets.
Yes, sir.
And there's some, first of all, you got some at 35, some at 25. So obviously the 35 should go to 25. I guess it's a whole separate discussion about what the speed limit should be on the side streets, and should they be uniform throughout the whole town. Now, I know the private roads, a lot of the private roads are 15 or 20, but, you know, those are basically controlled by homeowners associations. But, you know, I guess the question is, you know, do we do one or we do them all? I guess that's open for discussion.
I think we should just do them all. But now the question I think that Miriam Rollins has brought up with one of her petitions is that on Plover, they'd like to reduce it even below 25. So we have to talk to these guys and figure out the way to do it. I mean, you kind of laid out the criteria about what can be done, and I think there's no impediment on Plover that would keep that from being lower. And I get the whole concept of, well, if you tell people it's 25, they're gonna do 30, or if you tell people it's 15, they're gonna do 25. It doesn't hurt to post it and allow it to be changed. I think it should happen there, because that's what it seems to me. Plover being a state road, and it's kind of wider than a lot of the other side streets. I think that invites people to go a little faster, and you have a lot of people there that need to be safe.
And if I remember correctly in her letter, she's also complaining about the vegetation that has grown up on the sides of the road.
Right, so that's a maintenance issue that can be addressed through.
Still go through DOT.
Right, so through the Manio, we can let Jeff know about that.
It's interesting to note, too, that the private roads in Duck, fostered by homeowners associations, where there's a lower speed limits, there's also speed bumps. Most of the developments have speed bumps, whereby in the state roads, obviously, it's 25 miles an hour in straight roadway or curved roadway or whatever. So there is an inconsistency right there. And I'm sure you don't allow speed bumps on state roads, but probably would be safer at lower speed limits.
But they could, right? They could apply through that. What did you say? Where you guys abandoned the road? Was that the term you used?
Right, they could apply to DOT to
take over that road.
Right, DOT would abandon the road.
And then they could do whatever they wanted.
Right, and then, just folks need to have the understanding that when DOT abandons the road, they abandon all financial responsibility for the roadway. So any pavement, any stormwater work, any vegetation trimming, all that then becomes the responsibility of the owner of the road, not DOT.
And just a little bit of history on the way we have this many state roads in Duck was because of that acquisition program that you probably remember, but that John Summers was very involved in, and got, Carolina Dunes, Seahawk, I know, and probably all these other ones probably came on around the same time or in the same era, whereby it was looked as a benefit to the homeowners association not to have to do the road maintenance. By doing that, though, you become, kind of subject to the rules, and it is. I'm hearing that there is some exceptions to be able to made if we had this very heavily participated survey from Plover saying that they wanted to reduce to lower, as low as possible. A lot of that has to do with the fact that it's a straightaway, and and some of these other roads are a little curvier or don't have the length, so people can actually get some speed up. I think too when you look at that. I'm in favor. And then I was hearing that some of these side roads are just cul-de-sacs, and they just never got, and then so all of a sudden you're going to have DOT putting a speed sign in a cul-de-sac if it's not 35. So I think that's a little bit of an expense, and maybe people aren't going to love seeing a speed sign in their cul-de-sac that they have never seen before, and who's going to go anything more than whatever they're going to do in a cul-de-sac. You're not going to get up to 35 miles an hour in a cul-de-sac. So I get the idea of cleaning up but I'm also thinking aesthetically and cost-wise, it's going to be a little bit of a problem, but maybe it'll, kind of do a one and done.
So I'm just asking, Wynn, would you have to post a sign at each leg of a cul-de-sac? So if the road feeding it's 25, would you have to, the dead-end cul-de-sacs? I mean, it's posted, the last speed limit sign you go by says 25 and...
I would defer that to the ladies and traffic engineers. If you come in off of 12 onto a road and you have a speed limit sign there, I'm not sure what the legal requirement is that if you're at the other end, you have to see one when you enter onto the road. Now, I don't recall ever going to anywhere and seeing a cul-de-sac that's 100 feet long and above with a sign on it.
Yeah.
There'll be a stop sign. If it comes out onto another road that's only that long, there'll be a stop sign. I've never seen a speed limit sign on a couple 100-foot cul-de-sac.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, practically speaking, if it doesn't have to happen,
Yeah,
that would,
we wouldn't do it, but theoretically, anything that's outside that general statute of 35 unless otherwise has to be posted for him to do his job.
Right.
right. So
And no one's going to get going that fast on one of those cul-de-sac streets anyway.
Yeah.
Wynn, maybe this is a question for Wynn. In your district, do you see any state roads that are side roads that are less than 25? I mean, that's a big district, so, but are anything like Manio or anything like that?
There probably are. I couldn't tell you where they are. I expect there is some somewhere. There are 20, but we have historically did our best as of late to not post anything less, I believe, we talk about less than 25. Because our traffic engineering unit looks at it as a matter of practicality. Yeah, it would be, people are not going to drive exactly what's on that white sign. They're not going to do it. But, they've historically been resistant to posting anything much less than what is reasonable. And like I said, the way I ask for people is to ask that the road be abandoned over to whether it's a municipality or the HOA. And then you do what you want to. You can put speed tables on it, you can put speed bumps on it, you can post it whatever you want. But I leave that conversation to, if we all come together again after the letter is received and talk in specificity about certain locations, and I want my traffic engineer to come speak in traffic ease on behalf of our traffic unit and our regional traffic engineer and state traffic engineer office as to what their consistencies are.
Well, excuse me, I think that, number one, cleaning up the side roads and getting them all to 25 is a good idea. I mean, then it's consistent throughout. The Plover situation, it is a little different because of its width and its length. It can tend to cause people to drive quicker. Maybe we keep discussing the 20 thing to see if that can work. Maybe another option, I know, again, it's money and it costs money, but maybe one of our radar signs there on Plover, even if we stick with the 25, if they see a radar sign, it might keep them to the 25, which is better than the 30 or the 35 that they're doing now. So that could be an option we discuss as well.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Because then it's reminding everybody that's new every week.
Because I think those radar things help.
Yeah, you're about to be pulled over, but it's just a sign.
Yeah.
Drew, have we had any other
you have been
inquiries
speed
from other
tested.
subdivisions that have state roads?
Approach.
No, sir.
Just
Just the petition from Plover.
Oh, he's just giving me a hard time.
Yeah, Chief, just use microphone if you would, please.
There was just one other thing I wanted to mention. and ask council if you consider requesting this of DOT. If we do in fact change the speed limit to 35 North Duck, one of the issues we see continuously is the passing lane that exists there. What I would like to see is that removed and back to solid lines. Because what we see consistently, you can sit down there at 5 a.m. on a Saturday changeover day, and it's one after another after another. We could probably write 150 tickets a morning out there, and they're going 50 and 60 miles an hour as they pass there. So I think if we do in fact have that solid 35 mile an hour zone, continuing to have that passing lane sends an alternate message.
Yeah.
That it's allowable to go faster or to ride somebody's bumper, and then as soon as they get there, zoom around. So just something for consideration.
Makes sense.
And then while you're talking, Chief, can you address speed-related traffic crashes on any of our side streets that the department's handled?
Sure. We looked at a number of these going into this discussion, and what we see is very, very few, if any. I wasn't able to find any on Clover. I know worked with Ms. Brown to look at crash data over a 20-year history. We saw a number of crashes that occurred on Clover, but none were directly related to speed. A lot of it was carelessness. The other thing I'll say from an enforcement standpoint, in 20 years, I don't know that we've ever written a ticket on a side street for a speeding issue. Some of that comes down to there's such a short distance in order to properly run radar and establish speed. The technology doesn't exist to run radar in that short of an area without having a motorcycle patrol out there or somebody standing on the side of the road with LiDAR. The only other comment I would make is from our standpoint, consistency means a lot. That's probably the number one complaint we get from folks is that the speed limit has changed so many times from 158-12 Junction all the way through Sanderling. So same thing applies to the side streets. It would be a lot easier from an enforcement educational standpoint to have a consistent speed limit throughout. And then to Mr. Shiono's point, there's certainly a lot of signs that are smaller, more compact, and a lot less expensive that may be something to consider for Clover. I think that is a very unique street because of its length and straight stretch there. So as we've seen consistently with all our radar signs, it serves as our number one educational tool. And as the fire chief told me, it makes people feel guilty when they pass and get the lights flashing at them. So it clearly is effective and reminds folks, especially the large number of transient folks that we have coming in that are not familiar with the speed limit or have forgotten since they were here last.
So what is the consensus of council with respect to speed limits on side streets? State.
Well, we should make them all uniform to start with, and then work on the Plover business at the same time. I don't think that's a monumental task.
I agree with Rob.
Agreed.
What does that exactly mean? Just so I'm following it, making it all
Well,
consistent would be
so
25?
we have certain side roads here that are 35.
Right, so make
So
those
make
all
them all
25.
25, and then consider what we're going to do to mitigate the problem with Plover because of its uniqueness of length and width, to try to control traffic so that people aren't speeding on
So
Plover.
25 for Clover.
Well, it's 25 already on Plover,
Right,
but
so it's consistent. So that, I just wanted to make sure I understood that, and then work on other ways to slow down the cars or
Right.
make them aware. I'm in favor of that as well, just for the consistency point of view. And I think there are ways we can get those folks to slow down in Clover.
Is that direction satisfactory for staff?
Yes, I understand. So we'll bring back a document to have the council approve to send to DOT, and then we'll also bring back the modification to the table in our code of ordinances to be sure that we're including all the streets at the speed limits that you've talked about. Yep. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, council.
Conversation.
Thanks, Drew.
Thanks for the information.
Well, we're few minutes ahead, so we're going to call the break until 10:30. And once again, thank you for DOT for attending this morning. Your input was very valuable to us. Thank you. So we're on recess until 10:30.
trying to do this, I'm doing this intermittent fasting thing, so I can't eat till noontime. But thank you. I love those.
We're back out of recess, and at this time, we're going to get updates from BHB, and I think Joe Hurd is going to MC this. Joe?
Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members, as well as the public in attendance. I won't take up much of their time, and they're going to cover the project. So I just want to, introduce who we have with us today. BHB, as many of you know, has had a very long-standing working relationship with the town over the decades, really going almost all the way back to our incorporation and the first big projects that we've done as a community. And right now, they're working on 3 different projects with us, and that they're going to cover today. So the first of which is we call the brick project, or our coastal resiliency improvements that include everything from raising a road to a living shoreline in an area north of in the northern part of Duck Village. They also are working with us on, or have been doing a preliminary design, and working with us on permitting for a shoreline protection project for the town property we're located at. And third, they were the firm that we selected to work with us on the study for the neighborhood flooding issues. So they're going to give you an update on each of those 3 projects, and we're really pleased to have with us today J.D. Hines and Chris DeWitt from BHB. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, good morning.
It's great to be here as always. Good to see everybody. Thanks for having us here at the retreat. Thank you. To update you on these projects, as Joe said, we want to focus on 3 projects. The first will be the brick project. And really what I want to focus on there is an updated timeline. Obviously, we're working to get to construction of this project this coming fall. And I'll talk about things that have been going on to help get us there. Do a quick project recap, but mainly focus on the timeline. We'll then talk about the shoreline project at Town Park. Just a refresher, that project is still in conceptual phase and may move further, but we wanted to just keep it on everybody's radar and actually emphasize some of the things that are applicable to that project that we've learned during the process of the shoreline work for the brick project. And then finally, I'll cover those 2 projects, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, J.D. Hines. I'm Chris DeWitt, for those of you who don't know me. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'll turn it over to J.D. Hines to talk about the neighborhood stormwater study that we're currently working on. I will say for the stormwater study, we've got a lot of slides. We're not going to go through them all in detail. We're going to try to focus on some sample areas to show you the type of information we've generated, talk about the public engagement process that is ongoing for that project, and really just update you on where we are in terms of a potential menu of solutions. But it's a lot of slides. Just for the audience, some of those slides are not going to be particularly visible on the TV screen. There's just a lot of information on there. We do have some PDFs that we can zoom in on if there are questions, or just kind of, again, show a typical area. But one thing I want to emphasize for everybody is that the information we're going to show today for the stormwater study will shortly be posted online as part of the next phase of the public engagement for that project. So anything you see here today, soon you will be able to access online, review, and make comments on that project website. So just to let everybody know, that's going to be a little difficult to see today, but it's just an introduction to what's going to be available online. So I'll talk quickly about the brick project, as we call it, the North Duck Village Living Shoreline and Resiliency project. And I think everyone is familiar with this effort. It's really this section of roadway between Resort Realty and Sunset Grill looking at establishing a sidewalk on the west side of the road, but also establishing a living shoreline to help protect that new infrastructure. And then the latest element of the project that was added to the project is elevating the roadway. As everybody knows, when the wind blows in the right direction, the sound overtops the roadway there, creates significant safety and transportation issues that need to be addressed. And the town was able to get some resiliency funding through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to elevate that roadway concurrent with the work on the sidewalk and the living shoreline. One thing I'll point out in this graphic, and again, I know this is hard to see, it just shows the project extents. It shows sidewalks on both sides of the road. It shows in green the extents of the living shoreline. And then the little blue blob in kind of the center of the image there, let me see if I can cursor over that. The little blue blob there is a new location for the subsurface stormwater chambers that are part of the project. As we got into final design, the original location, we experienced some utility conflicts, and so we're proposing to move the location of that storm chamber. Again, these are the project elements associated with the brick project. This is a cross-section looking south. Not having a lot of success with my cursor here. There we go. So this is the roadbed looking south with the living shoreline improvements on the west side and the storm chambers that I mentioned on the west side of the road, the east side of the roadway. Sidewalks on both sides, essentially mirroring the cross-section that you have through the rest of the village. And the three key elements to the project. One is elevating the roadway. That's the purpose of the brick funding, to get it out of the 100-year floodplain and try to minimize the frequency at which that roadway floods. The second is the installation of the sidewalk to complete that part of the sidewalk network. And the third is the living shoreline elements to protect the shore, to prevent erosion, and really to help the marsh there reestablish itself and protect that section of the highway and the new infrastructure investments. In October, I think, I came to you and talked about the addition of extending the turn lane just north of Dune Road as part of this project. Kind of presented to you the feasibility of that, the impacts of that, and the decision was made at that time to add that element to this project. So it now does include the extension of the turn lane north. That's been coordinated with DOT. They've actually made some comments that we're currently working through and reviewing, but basically we have their concurrence that we can extend that turn lane, take that cross-section up north of Dune Road, get it out of that conflict point right there at the Resort Realty site and the Dune Road turning and get it just north of that. This, again, difficult to see, but is a more recent plan image that just shows some of the roadway striping and cross-section details necessary to take that turn lane north through the Dune Road intersection. As I mentioned, the town, and as you know, the town has assembled a variety of funding sources to make this project a reality. The big one is the BRIC, which is Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, that federal funding at $1.6 million. But the town has also secured funding from National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, the Tourism Board, the Soil and Water Conservation District, and the Department of Emergency Management. So a lot of different grant sources working together to make this project a reality. One thing I'll say as we look at some of these costs, and this applies to all the projects we're going to talk about today, I think everyone's aware construction costs right now are really volatile and crazy and increasing, and it's difficult to accurately predict and estimate where they might be. This reflects a fairly recent update of the cost estimate that we did, and it actually, that updated cost estimate helped the town get the $550,000 DEM money that you see here. It was partly to cover some construction cost elevation over time. But it's still difficult to say exactly where this project is going to come in. It's just a really volatile and increasing bid environment right now. So on the project timeline, again, with all of that funding, you know, we had originally hoped to be under construction last October, to start construction of the project last October. But the process of that federal funding, getting through the permitting, the authorization of the environmental document, getting final approval of the federal funding, pushed us another year. So we're really working toward getting to construction this fall. So we're presenting to you today. We hope to have that final federal approval from FEMA and the other agencies, including DOT, in early 2023. Again, there are no outstanding comments or questions from any of those agencies. We're simply waiting on a final approval. Hopefully that will allow us to bid the project in March. Obviously, we couldn't really start construction of the roadway work until October, until the fall, but we want to go ahead and bid it as early as possible. I have our permit approval and modifications here showing in April. It's entirely possible that we'll get those permits earlier than I'm showing here. The permit process for this, as I think everybody knows, involves multiple agencies who are coordinating and several different permits. We actually received one of those permits earlier this week. Our water quality certification was issued earlier this week. The other change from this timeline from last time I presented to you in October, we had thought, based on our early agency coordination, that the regulatory agencies were going to deny the permit because the sidewalk on the west side of the roadway was going to be deemed new impervious cover within the 30-foot CAMA buffer. As part of our permit application, we made the argument that that area, and just so everybody knows, we're talking about that little grass strip between the road and the riprap there on that section of the roadway. We made the argument in our permit application that that is previously disturbed. It shouldn't be counted as pervious buffer that would lead to that denial of the permit application. Upon review, it appears that the agencies have concurred with that, and they're not going to deny the permits. We will not need to go to the Coastal Commission for the variance that we thought we were going to. The permit process is still churning. We don't have final permit yet, but that appears to be the way things are going. We also have received word, and Sandy has been really coordinating with the agencies on this, that some of the concerns that one of the agencies had with the marsh fill, with some of the living shoreline elements and the relationship to the SAV, the submerged aquatic vegetation, those concerns appear to have been removed as well. And that's partly in response to our final modifications of the drawing and really minimizing the areas where we were doing the fill. So a lot of good news on the permit front. We don't have final permit authorization yet. This 4/12, and I think it's actually 4/13, is their deadline for action. So we would have to have an action by that point, but based on recent conversations, based on the issuance earlier this week of the water quality certification, we're hopeful that we get permit issuance before that 4/12 date. Again, bidding the project. Monica, do you have a question?
I do. I wasn't sure if you were leaving this slide, so just before you leave it, finish your thought. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Just that back on early 2023, the EA approval, final funding, can you just go over that again? Like, when, that's just when we know that the funds have been released from, we certainly have all the grant money and we're just waiting for the larger FEMA money, or the final funding hinges on the EA approval. Can you just talk about
The short answer is yes, all of that's related. So FEMA is reviewing the EA, the environmental document. Again, we've responded to all their comments. We don't think there are any outstanding issues, but they haven't approved the document yet. And it's my understanding that in order for them to get the town an agreement for the funding, a contract for the funding, that EA has to be approved. So we're hopeful that all of that is imminent, and we keep pushing on them.
Okay.
Is that fair, Drew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. With that said, we're still, we'd love to bid the project in March. We do, in this schedule, you'll see we're receiving bids about a month later and then likely rebidding. We've had this come up with previous phases of the sidewalk work where we only get 2 bids and we're required to get 3. And if we only get 2, we have to rebid the project. So we've built that into this timeline. Maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe we get 3 bids on the first shot. But this allows us to rebid the projects, get the second bids in May, and get under contract with the successful contractor early summer of 2023. Because the sills, the wooden breakwaters as part of the shoreline project that's essentially a separate trade. And it could be possible that the contractor could mobilize, get that sill work done during summer. Obviously, we can't do any road work during summer, but we would encourage the contractor to install the sills during the summer, mobilize for the roadway work in October, and really begin the construction in fall of 2023 with a May 24 completion date. Questions about the brick project before I move to the shoreline?
Chris, just remind me on, I'm sorry. Just remind me on the west side sidewalk, is there going to be any kind of a railing or anything from the standpoint of keeping people off the rocks, or the rocks going to be right up to the sidewalk?
The rocks are going to be pretty much right up to the sidewalk. I think there might be a little curb there. There will not be a railing.
How high will the rocks be there? I couldn't tell from the schematic, but.
Let me try to go back. It's a good question. Essentially, almost at sidewalk level. So because initially, before the roadway elevation, the crest of this revetment was going to be higher than the sidewalk. Now that we're elevating the roadway, the crest of the revetment will be roughly the elevation of the sidewalk. And you can see in the cross section here, there's a little curb there, but no railing and no change in elevation.
Does that represent any kind of a safety problem for us from a standpoint of the sidewalks being level with the rocks, people accessing the sound? Or?
I don't believe it does. I mean, right now, we have people that walk on the west side in the bike lane, and we've not had issues with pedestrians climbing down that riprap. It's not really conducive to walking down, so it's big pieces of rock that are laid very randomly. And again, I'll look at the chief now. We've not had people trying to access water there.
And this actually will make it more difficult to access the water. The revetment will be larger, and so it won't be as tempting to get to the water. Like now, you could sort of walk through those rocks and get down to the water. This will be a formal revetment that will probably make that situation more difficult to access.
Chris, you said if we only get 2 bids and you have to rebid it, do you not open those 2 bids, or do you open them and then look for a third one?
I can't remember. I think we don't open them. I think if we get 2, we don't open them. We have to rebid, and everybody kind of resubmits.
I have a question on the living shoreline.
Yeah.
And the sill work that gets done out there, and I know it's going to come up in the next one.
Yep.
So how does one determine where those sills go? What's the criteria? And then is this going to be some sort of a model that applies to private people who want to do something about shoreline and that sort of thing?
Great questions. I'll answer them in reverse. So this could be a model for private owners who want to use this method to protect their shoreline. You're seeing it more and more up and down the Sound, where you have a vertical sill, either vinyl or wood. We look at things like prevalent wind, wave action, and where the marsh is eroding in terms of where we put those sills and how we angle them to protect the shoreline. And we're limited into how long each section of sill can be, and there are required gaps so that water and wildlife and kayaks can get in and among them. But we use those dynamic coastal factors to locate those. And you'll see that better on the town park graphic.
Do they have to be above water all the time? I mean,
In some storm events, they're going to be submerged. If the water gets that high, they'll be submerged. Under normal conditions, they do have to protrude out of the water.
So it would be
effective.
okay from a safety standpoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good segue into the town park. Again, these are conceptual plans that we've worked on, and I think we're hopeful that this project will advance. We've worked on it for some time and gone through several conceptual iterations, but this is the latest one based on conversations with the agencies, based on some of the regulatory process we've gone through with the living shoreline for the brick project. This is the southern end of the park. This is that overlook. at the south end of the park. Here's where the boardwalk connects back up to the shops. The picnic shelter is right there, and the amphitheater is there. So what the plans are showing is at the very southern end of the park, we really think you're going to need some form of revetment to protect that relatively steep bank there. And the rest of the improvements involve some combination of vertical sill and marsh fill. And really, you can see the extent of the vertical sills here. And again, we use those factors. Where is it eroding? What is the wind and wave action doing to erode that shoreline in terms of where those sills go and how they're oriented? And here you can see we're showing at the south end some backfill with sand and planting of marsh vegetation. I think everybody knows most of this entire bay used to be marsh, and it has steadily eroded over time. And so we want to protect that and prevent further erosion. But in this location, we're also going to advocate for some marsh fill, some sand fill and marsh planting to help reestablish that marsh. As we move further northward in the park, you're getting a similar situation where the marsh is eroding and you have an escarpment there, kind of a vertical escarpment that creates that erosion when the wave hits it. But we feel that in this area we can use the sills, position them appropriately to protect the marsh, allow natural accretion of sand and marsh creation behind them, but without any new fill or marsh plantings in these areas. Again, this is a relatively recent cost estimate, and I'm just going to caution again that the cost estimating environment right now is really, really crazy. But you can see we've factored in some design and permitting fees, the cost of the sills and the marsh restoration, and then the stone revetment at the south end of the park. Questions about that project?
Just, could you just remind the whole room how long you've been working on this and how many iterations of this?
2 more years than I'd like to count, more than 5 years for sure. And originally, before the marsh receded as much as it did, we were talking about attaching the sill to the boardwalk and having it out there and having the marsh kind of recreate itself. There's submerged aquatic vegetation there now, and our ability to fill and put the sills out that far from a regulatory standpoint is just not feasible at this point. So we've moved it closer to the shoreline with the hope of preventing further erosion and reestablishing some marsh where we can. But it's been some number of years.
Yeah, I appreciate all the, I mean, I'm surprised the design and permitting isn't higher than that. I don't know, it's been a long journey for this, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
How long do you think the design and permitting is going to take? How many more years?
Hopefully not more years. We had been contracted with the town to get to this conceptual stage to do these cost estimates. We've got to get into design and permitting. I think that's a CIP item. I don't know what the exact schedule of that is, but once we get going, the design is quick. The permitting's a big question. We think we've modified the plans to the extent that they'll be acceptable to the agencies. It's similar to what we're doing with the brick project that is getting favorable agency response now. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, and Councilman Whitman, I'll add to that. At this point, any delay is really on the town's part. The ball is in our court to tell VHB and permanent agencies to proceed. So we were unsuccessful in getting a grant that would have paid for half of this. But we think we're going to have other opportunities. But we do have it in this year's capital improvement plan for your consideration. And, funding is part of the issue and, a decision that you as a council will have to make.
Thank you, Joe. Other questions? All right, I'm going to turn it over to J.D. Hines to talk about the neighborhood stormwater project.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. J.D. Hines, as previously introduced, practicing civil engineer and Just to start off here, resiliency, coastal resiliency is something that's front of mind for our entire company, and especially me in my personal and professional life. I've lived on or adjacent to the water my entire life, spent a lot of time down here over the years too, and I'm part of a focus team within VHB that focuses on BMP retrofits, stormwater retrofits in neighborhood and coastal communities up and down our footprint. We're an East Coast-based firm, so this is something that's a primary focus of ours. So happy to be here, and thanks for having us. Start with some overview and goals of the program, just backing up a little bit where we've been. It's the Resilient Coastal Communities Program, led by North Carolina Division of Coastal Management. We've been through phase 1 and phase 2. We are here in phase 3, engineering and design, which is why I've been brought in. You previously probably discussed this project with some of our planners and landscape architects. Now they're bringing in me as the engineer to actually come through with some designs that can be implemented in the next phase. So we had 5 neighborhoods identified. There are 5 study areas that we focused on, and we've got exhibits and I guess spreadsheets, a matrix for a decision support system to provide solutions, and I'll get into that in a little bit later here. But over the schedule, we've coordinated the entire way. We did geotech exploration. You've probably seen the geotechnical engineers doing borings within the neighborhoods to figure out what is the infiltration rate of the soils, what is the groundwater, why is water ponding at the surface. That technical data helps to inform us of where we should provide solutions and what types of solutions we should provide within the neighborhoods. We've been engaging the neighborhood the entire way. We met and we really kicked off the project with you all back late November, early December with a series of community engagement meetings. We met with each individual study area and all the neighborhoods within. We conducted several site visits. It actually rained pretty heavy one day, and we were able to kind of escape the group here and go do a tour of the neighborhood and see some of the flooding areas firsthand and get some good photo documentation of that. We've had the online mapping tool available to the neighborhoods, had a lot of great support and reactivity from that, 84 comments online. A lot of good photos were uploaded, which helped let us know what is the severity of the flooding within the neighborhoods and where. So we can localize solutions as needed to help mitigate or maybe even eliminate that if we're lucky. Phase 2 and 3 are coming up as next steps. We're going to make sure all the data that's presented here today is available online for public comment. We're at a draft point where we've got a menu of solutions, and I'll go through the types of solutions and then go through the exhibits that show each area, and then go through the spreadsheet that sort of summarizes those solutions and costs. But really need some feedback to make sure that some of the menu of solutions, there are no showstoppers or no, hey, there's no way we want to do this particular thing, and there's going to be some solutions that are going to drive some difficult conversations within the neighborhoods and within the homeowner associations about potentially undeveloped parcels becoming stormwater facilities, possible reduction of tennis courts or removal of tennis courts completely if they're become a maintenance burden and they're not really being used as efficiently as maybe they were in the past, and getting rid of that impervious area and providing some stormwater solutions in those locations. So there may be some heated conversations that ensue from some of these. So we want to make sure there's a lot in here because we're anticipating that maybe 25 to 50% of them might get eliminated out of the gate because of some particular reason or neighborhood-driven reason that we're not aware of. So the menu of solutions comes straight from NCDEQ. They're available, on the NCDEQ website. They're called SCMs, Stormwater Control Measures. We want to have multiple different levels of solutions. If there's an individual homeowner solution, a neighborhood-wide, and then regional facilities. And eventually we're going to identify all the costs of the full life cycle of these solutions. Right now, we've just got upfront construction costs in there in our decision support system matrix that you'll have for review. Once we sort of feather out which ones we don't want to drill down on, we'll have what we have left. We'll actually add costs for maintenance and full life cycle for you all to evaluate the solutions. So you see dry ponds. This is a green area that during dry weather conditions could be used still for play. There's no planting in it. It's a lawn that would need to be maintained with an overflow structure to allow it to hold back the stormwater when it rains. When we travel around the neighborhoods, we see a lot of, there's some berming and mounding of landscape features and things like that, and that's actually the opposite of what you want to do. We want to see more recessed areas because these recessed areas will pull the water off of the roads and out of the individual homeowner lots. So dry detention, gives you the most storage volume per dollar. These are going to go in cost of least expensive to most expensive to construct as I run through these. But these are all state standards. A treatment swale, wherever we had a roadway where the pavement width might be just 20 feet wide, but there's an actual right-of-way that's 40 or 50 feet. We've got green areas along each of the sides of the road that are just grass. We want to actually recess those a little bit to pick up some of that stormwater and pull it off of the roadways. Basically, a treatment swale is a linear dry pond. Bioretention cell has a little bit more going on with it and is actually, it's good for stormwater storage, also great for water quality. It's a recessed area that will have plantings on the surface, so it will look like, excuse me, a landscape bed, but it'll be recessed. So again, these landscape beds you see mounded up, that's not really what you want in order to get the stormwater off of the roads and off the lots. You want it recessed. There's also an engineered soil mix below grade that helps the plantings survive dry weather and wet weather conditions, and provides, you know, another filter for water quality controls as well. Permeable pavers, you guys have a lot of these around town, and even over here, I think there's the gravel pave system that feeds the park access and the park parking lot. Permeable pavers and permeable concrete, you're going to see these proposed in pretty much any cul-de-sac that's near or adjacent to an area that was indicated to be flooding to us through our community meetings. Rain barrels and rainwater harvesting, really wanted to run an exercise. I said this at the community meetings. Want to look at what's the cost of every home within every neighborhood, adding a rain barrel, you know, have 4 rain barrels, one at each corner of the house. How much would it cost to put gutters on the house if there weren't gutters today? And then compare that as a homeowner-based solution in terms of the stormwater storage it would provide relative to, hey, let's make the entire street permeable pavers, or let's do a dry pond on these 2 lots that are undeveloped, and how do those costs compare? And we had some interesting results with that, actually, that you'll see. And then wet retention ponds, these can become neighborhood amenities, so we never want to forget about these. We have not found a location. This is not a provided solution today. But again, we're in draft process. We're looking for feedback. We can certainly circle back and make maybe a dry detention area, a wet pond, if a neighborhood is interested in doing that. And you could stock the pond or put a fountain in it or whatever. It becomes an amenity versus just a lawn area that could still be used during dry periods. All right, so solutions in each neighborhood. Again, five study areas. You got 5 exhibits here and 5 sets of spreadsheets that are your decision support system to select solutions at will. So little difficult to see, but I can pull up PDFs if we want to drill down on any of these areas. But this is basically the map that you're going to see. This is study area 1, North Duck. So took a lot of data in to create this. We had the study area that was based on repetitive loss with FEMA. Repetitive loss claims are certain houses getting flooded and needing claims for them. We have septic system drain fields located here. We have the emergency pump plan where you can see that in purple on these exhibits. All the areas indicated as floods in red, the red circles or red ovals, are where the neighbors had told us that they had flooding problems, and we have photos to document that. So also have the geotechnical borings on here as well to show where we have groundwater. We wanted to make sure that there weren't anything crazy going on below grade with the soil matrix, and that's why maybe water was ponding at the surface. In the end, we didn't really find anything like that from our borings. We just found that maybe in some of these low areas, they just need to be maintained, where the live oaks or other trees have dropped a lot of debris in there. They've caused the standy filter to clog, the natural soil to clog. So took a lot of data and put all that on the map. We also have the neighborhoods defined as best we know today on these maps. And any existing, I know there's a lot of homeowner level solutions that people have added themselves to their lots or to their homes that we tried to incorporate all that we heard there too. And it was a lot of information that we received in a short amount of time. We think we caught most of it, but if we missed something, please give us the feedback and we'll update the maps accordingly. So then for every study area, we have, this is called a decision support system matrix. And what you'll see from left to right is the neighborhood, the stormwater control measure number, because we keyed all of them for each area, what the stormwater control measure is, and then the street and location that it's on, the size or the square footage of the surface area. Then we've got a cost per square foot in here, and then a total cost. And then we actually broke it down as to how much storage volume per dollar you get out of each one of these solutions, so that you can You know, you can pick whichever one, you know, that you have the money to afford, I guess, at the particular time. So that's the top graphic has that SCM measures and costs. The middle table in this is the rain barrel matrix. It's going to tell you how much volume you get per cost of different size rain barrels, and we looked at 55-gallon rain barrels and I think 120-gallon rain barrels at each corner of the house, and what it would cost to put gutters on each house. And then the table at the bottom, I know this is kind of tough to see, but again, these will be available for you to dissect later. The table at the bottom has the geotech information per study area, or per neighborhood, also broken down. So again, if area 2, and I'm just going to kind of fly through these, and we'll get to questions. I think that we're probably getting close on time here, and I can open up these PDFs if you'd like for me to drill down on any one of them. But for all 5 areas, we've got an exhibit and then the spreadsheet summary for you all. And the,
So JD, is it fair to say, just for council's benefit and particularly for the public who may be interested in going online and reviewing this, all of this will be posted online. You can take your time and review it, and we'd encourage you to do that and leave comments. And I think the takeaway from today is what you'll see when you go on there is each study area with all of that background data that JD mentioned, and a menu, and again, it's a menu of solutions. So this isn't a final proposal. This is putting information out and saying, based on the analysis we've done, all the geotechnical data, the conversations we've had to date, here's the types of solutions that might work in this neighborhood. Here's the relative, cost amount that you or the relative benefit of each of these measures. And we want feedback on, hey, this one looks good, or no way, we can't do this one because of X, Y, and Z. And then we'll take that information and then develop a final set of recommendations. So this really is a menu, right, that we want input on so that we can then take it to that next stage and propose specific solutions. Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay.
Is the menu by area, or is it just like in general? So it would be each neighborhood kind of picking their menu, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's broken down by study area, which each study area has anywhere from 2 to 5 or 6 different homeowner associations or condo associations or the like in them. So we've broken it down into each neighborhood. So there's at least one solution in every neighborhood, just to kind of, even if that neighborhood was sort of at the periphery of the study area, we still wanted to provide at least one solution per neighborhood for folks to think about and consider for implementation.
And you kind of, and you'd like the, I'm sorry if you explained this already, but to clear up you'd like the neighborhood or the areas, the area, like I'm particularly looking at like Area 4, for example, which is a group of subdivisions. You'd like them to work together to come up with a consensus on their menu, or is it by street?
It's both. There are solutions that transcend neighborhood boundaries, and then there are solutions that are independent to each individual neighborhood. We also tried to look at how many units are in each neighborhood too. Obviously, the buying power of a 40-unit neighborhood is stronger than the buying power of a 20-unit neighborhood in terms of contributing funds. And funds for this may come from grants, funds may come from homeowner associations or dues, and they may come from town coffers as well in some respects. So haven't gotten to that stage. That's a complicated piece on the back end, I think, but right now we're kind of keeping it at a technical level, and cost. The engineering behind it, the locations and things that make sense to implement, and their upfront construction costs, and let's sort of make sure there's no showstoppers or no, we don't want to explore this any further. Make sure if there's anything like that, want to get that off the table. So that's white noise to get to the goal of having an implementable plan. So.
Great. A lot of good educational stuff in here. Thank you.
Also, this doesn't cover the entire town of Duck.
No,
Is
sir.
there plans to do that, or?
Short answer to that is that, first of all, we had a grant that's paid for a good portion of this project. We had to define some areas there. But to do something like this townwide would be a huge cost. So if you're familiar with VHB's previous presentation where they talked about the public input and what they got, they accepted input from beyond just these 5 areas. So they've identified, they've gathered information from people about other issues that are out there, and we know that they're out there, but these are the 5 areas that, with their larger basins, that we saw significant issues with water ponding and staying there for a period of time. So that's why these 5 were selected. So there are 2 things we hope to see out of this. So one of which is that as we develop solutions for these other neighborhoods, we may see some similarities with that and other issues that are of a lesser scale in other neighborhoods. We may be able to use those same solutions without having to reinvent the wheel. There may also be a second thing, there may also be other areas where we decide to do studies as a town where we would actually look more specifically. We could follow up on that after we look at these initial areas. So they've been collecting data that's going to help us do that, but we're focused on these areas, and we hope to be able to use some of the identified solutions in other areas as well. Does that help answer that question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think I'd like to see us expand this beyond as we learn what we're doing, because there are other areas that have significant flooding too. I can't comment on whether it's as severe as this because, you know, I haven't really seen all the areas, but there are other areas north that have significant flooding that I think we have to address.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great information, thank you.
Thank you, JD. Thank you, Chris.
Before we let JD and Chris go, they mentioned that all this information is going to be available online, and then our next public engagement will be on March 30th from 4:30 to 6:30 here, and that'll be basically a culmination of the additional comments we've received from now to then, and hopefully be honing in on that final draft.
Thank you, Sandy.
Great.
Thank you, both Chris and JD.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is going to be a county update from Chairman Bob Woodard. And I understand Bob is here.
Hey, Bob. Welcome.
Bob, come on up.
Come on up.
You can either, you're welcome to sit at the table, Bob, or use the podium. For those that don't know.
Good morning. Are y'all taping this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I hate podiums, I'm gonna be honest with you. So y'all gonna have to bear with me because I can't stand. I gotta talk.
We'll give you a mic.
I gotta talk.
Let's get you a microphone then, if you're
Yeah,
gonna walk,
we'll
because we
get you
can't
one.
hear you.
Bob was waiting for the mic. Bob, you've been chairman of the board now since, what, 2014?
Yeah, I'm in my ninth. Is this on? Yeah, I'm in my ninth year.
Yeah.
Time flies.
And
It does.
before that, he was a member of the Board of Commissioners at Kildoville Hills. So,
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Well, first of all, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman, and Town Manager, thank y'all for having me. I appreciate y'all asking me to come speak with you this morning. let me just tell the public, and I apologize with my back to y'all. I don't mean to do that, but I can't stand podiums. I gotta walk around, talk to people. It's more personal for me. Your county's in excellent shape. We've got a 34.5% fund balance in the county, and we continue to maintain a AAA bond rating. There's only a few counties in the entire state of North Carolina out of 100 counties that have that. That means we can borrow money pretty cheap these days. But on January 25th, I held a State of the County. I believe your vice mayor was there, and your town manager was there. I believe you guys were there. I appreciate y'all attending. I talked about 5 major issues that we have in the county. Number one, housing. Now, I know that's extremely difficult for Duck because you guys have very, very limited areas and space for that, so I'm not going to pick on Duck. But I will pick on my fellow other towns that have locked us out. We've been working on this for about 5 years in Dare County. We need it, folks, for essential housing. It is critical. Our young people that are growing up and going to college can't come back here to live, to make a living. It's too difficult for them to do it. I have a son and a daughter-in-law that live in Grandy because they can't afford to live on the beach. Now, there's a lot of people out there to say, well, this isn't the government's responsibility. Well, I differ with them. I feel that essential housing is a critical part of what government should certainly help communities do. We need essential housing for these people right here to protect you 24/7 when you walk out of your door, or the fire department, the 911 EMS. The teachers that teach your kids in school can't live in Dare County. A young lady teaching at Kitty Hawk Middle School, 3 years now. She has a master's degree, makes $38,000 a year. Where's she going to live in Dare County? Where's she going to live? She teaches your kids. And we got the NIMBYs out there that don't want her to live in their neighborhood, much less live next door to them. That's what they're telling us. Nags Head's turned us down. Manio's turned us down. Kill Devil Hills has turned us down. We're hoping and praying that Kitty Hawk may not do so. But we're looking at areas in unincorporated Dare. That's where we are focusing mainly on. We've just asked our other municipalities if it's a possibility, if they had an area to potentially look at. Manio, we own the property in Bowsertown. It's unincorporated Dare. Monica, they will not allow us to tap in to their water system. We own the property. They want to tell us what we can and can't do on that property, but yet they won't allow us to tap into that water. Folks, that's unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. We need to find housing for our folks. That's our number one priority. Dare County Board of Commissioners committed to it 100%. Somehow, some way, we are going to build something in unincorporated Dare. We've been working on this for 5 years. We're getting pretty close to maybe putting something together. So stay tuned. And hopefully, this is not subsidized housing from the standpoint of Section 8 housing. It's essential housing for teachers, fire, police, EMS, nurses at the hospital. The list goes on and on. So stay tuned, and we hope and pray that we're going to have something soon in unincorporated Dare. Number 2, our economic engine. What is it? Beach nourishment. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, Mayor, we can get these knuckleheads back in here in March to finish the God-blessed project that they signed up to do for us and get ducks maintenance done. We're staying on top of that. That's our economic engine. $225 million spent in the last 10 years to do beach nourishment. Once again, it's our economic engine. We've got some issues in Rodanthe. Rodanthe folks are really giving us a hard time wanting us to do something there, but it's on National Park Service property, and we're only talking 25 homes or so. We cannot jeopardize the funding that we have in place, the 2% of the 6% occupancy that we get. We cannot afford not to save a portion of that so that we can continue to do the maintenance for Duck, Southern Shores, Kitty Hawk, Kill Devil Hills, Nags Head, Buxton, Avon. To spend $225 million and then don't do the maintenance, that's not good, folks. That ain't gonna work. So we gotta have that money staying in that fund so that we continue to do the maintenance. I attended 2 weeks ago in Charleston, South Carolina, shoreline for the state of North Carolina. This will blow your mind. You guys probably already know this. They're grandfathered. Hilton Head gets 90% of their beach nourishment funding from the federal government. How much have they put into our projects, Mayor?
0.
Thank you very much. The rest of the areas like Myrtle Beach, all these other areas, they get 65% of their funding from the federal government. They were grandfathered over 50 years ago. They got 25 years left on this. So they get it done. In addition to that, North Carolina has no hardened structures rule. You got hardened structures all the way from Florida to Maine. Hilton Head has 50 hardened structures in a 6-mile distance. You do the math, that's every 660 feet. They don't have to nourish, but like every 20 years. But they still get federal funding. We're not so fortunate. I was down there for 3 days. Last week I was in Raleigh lobbying our legislators, Kidwell, Goodwin, Sanderson. Hanig's not our representative now, but he might as well be because he's right there with us to help us. We're trying to get them to put money in a fund that they established several years back, but they put 0 funds in it. We're trying to get them to put money in that fund to help us with nourishment. They've got, what, 500 million in excess sitting up there that they could put a few bucks in a beach nourishment fund, and then let everybody, it's 300 miles of beach in North Carolina, and let the counties vie for that money and take turns using that money. Education, number 3. Dare County Board of Commissioners committed. I'm a trustee on the College of the Albemarle. They came to me about 4 or 5 years ago, said we need some new facilities in Manteo, and I said I'll try to lobby my board under one condition, and that is if we build a new facility in Manteo, that our kids take classes in Manteo and don't have to drive to Elizabeth City to take classes. Go to Barco, wintertime, 5:30 in the afternoon. You know how dangerous that highway is from Barco to Elizabeth City. I didn't want kids 17, 18 years old driving up and down there. So I said, if you can promise me that, and I had to lobby my fellow commissioners on that board of trustees that they would agree to do that. They did, and we stepped up to the plate. The county built an $18 million facility in Manteo. If you haven't seen it, it's awesome. I hold that building against any four-year institution in the country. It's a beautiful facility. We're letting everybody and his brother use it. In addition, our board stepped up to the plate and funded $250,000 a year to give to any student in Dare County that graduated from our three high schools, First Flight, Manteo, and Hatteras, full ride. Who in the world wouldn't take advantage of that? Who wouldn't take advantage of it, folks? I mean, it's crazy, but believe it or not, 21% to date of our graduating seniors in the last 2 years has taken advantage of it. Only 21%. 273 students, almost $300,000. The money's there. I encourage you, if you know anybody that has a student in high school, encourage them to take advantage of that. And it's not just for the associate's degree, it's for technical. If you want to go to a technical and get welding, electrician, whatever, take it full ride, zero. East Carolina, I went to East Carolina right now. Tuition and room and board's $42,500. I wasn't much on math, Sheriff, but police chief, excuse me, but you add that twice, that's what, $85,000 to go to ECU for 2 years? Go to COA, zero. Zero. Who in the world wouldn't take advantage of that? I mean, it blows my mind. So I've had conversations with Superintendent Steve Bassnight, great guy. He's going to help me. Unfortunately, our guidance counselors have not been pushing this as strongly as they should. So we're going to ask them to do that and continue to do that. Number 4, dredging. First of its kind in the United States of America. Never happened before. The Miss Katie. How many of you know about Miss Katie? The dredge. For so many years, our fishermen couldn't go to work, just like you drive up and down this highway every day to go to work. They couldn't get out, and we needed some way, and we developed the Oregon Inlet Task Force, and we've worked, and we've worked, and we've worked, and we've worked. And we sold the state on a public-private partnership to build a dredge for $15 million, and they stepped up to the plate, and they did it. We got it built. It's been out there. To date, they've done about 103, it's probably higher than that now, this was a couple of weeks ago, but 103,000 cubic yards. They've opened up Oregon Inlet. They were just down Hatteras Inlet for a week, opened it up. Our guys can get out and go fishing. Now, they may not ever get it to the 14 feet where the federal government promised us that they'd do that 40-some years ago, but we're right now about 10 feet, and we can get major boats in and out of the inlet. And we'll continue to do that. And that's like I say, it's the first of its kind. When we were in Raleigh last week, we had tons of legislators coming up to us saying, how in the world did you get this done? How'd you do this? We got to do this. We got to do that. So when we were down in South Carolina, our county manager made a presentation to their group about how we were able to do this. And so that's being proactive. Your Board of Commissioners, I couldn't be more proud to serve on a board that's been so proactive, and all the accomplishments we've made over the last 10 years have just been mind-blowing. And we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to work extremely hard. And then the last thing, our opioid crisis, Savings Lives Task Force. The gentleman, your consultant here, he was talking about the cost of stuff going up, and he was talking about your project. It's off the limits, how true that is. We're doing an addition in wine cheese for the Dare Challenge. It started out at $2 million. You know what it is now, Monica? $6 million. So we're going back to the legislature. We were back up in the legislature last week, and hopefully Tim Moore on the House side has agreed to try to get us another $5 million so that we can make that happen. But we've, once again, the Dare County Board of Commissioners stood up. We funded a recovery court. We graduated 21 folks in December. We have 40 folks in the program right now. I had a young lady come and speak. You remember her, Monica, that spoke. It had changed her life. She's divorced, got 2 kids. She was down in the dumps. She went through this 18-week program. She's now a responsible mother, got her kids back, taking care of her kids, got a full-time job, living. It keeps them out of the prison system, Chief. And that recovery court has just been phenomenal. And like I say, we got 40 folks in the program now that we hope to graduate in the next several months. We've graduated 21 to date. We continue to fund that. We were part of the national opioid settlement. We're going to get about $3.5 million. We'll spend about, for the next 18 years, and we're going to spend about $400,000 this year to help our recovery and educate those that are having issues throughout our community. So that's just a brief recap of some of the things I covered, Drew and Monica, at the state of the county. I'm trying to do this because I don't want to hold you guys up. I know you got somebody coming behind me, but I don't mind answering a few questions if anybody's got any questions of me. But once again, thank you all for having me. Yes, sir, Commissioner.
On the dredging there, how much is the cost savings to the county doing their own versus waiting for the Corps to come in?
Well, it's not really any cost savings. What it does is it prevents us from having to go to the Army Corps of Engineer and beg for help when it goes for months and months and months and they can't get in here because Army Corps has 3 dredges and they run them from the whole coast of North Carolina. So we may need a dredge, but it may take us 3 months to get it. So this was a public-private partnership that was $15 million that the state funded. We didn't fund that. State funded that. So we still have our money involved, but we got the dredge 365 days a year.
I guess my question is, our fishermen were not allowed to go out. What was the value of them not being able to go out? How much?
Oh, God, that's a good question. Okay. I had a young man come, Drew, you might have remembered him, Daniels. He's a long line fisherman. You remember him at the meeting, Monica? And his wife came, right. He was going to be there, but he went out, and he has to go out when you know what time he leaves? He leaves at midnight to go out. So he travels all night long till 6 o'clock in the morning. When he finally gets to the fishing grounds, that's when he can put his lines out. Well, listen to this. Now they're dealing with issues with whales taking their bait off the long lines. He was out there, he was telling me just the other week, last month, it was 3 of them out there. 2 of them got skunked. One of them, and he was one of them that got skunked because the whales were taking their bait, and one of them had a full catch and came in. Can you imagine his cost? He says he can only get out, Commissioner. There's 365 days a year. He gets out about 150 days of those 365s prior to the Miss Katie keeping our inlets open. So we're hoping now he can get more trips out. When he goes out, he's out for about 3 days. But he goes out, he gets skunked, he's got fuel, he's got insurance cost, he's got bait boys. He loses anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 when he goes out and gets skunked when a whale takes all of his bait and he comes in. So how many times he gets skunked, I don't know. He didn't say, but right now, he can only get out, up until we had the Miss Katie, he could only get out 150 days a year. So we're hoping that will increase substantially. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
You're telling me it's cost $5,000 a day for one boat?
One boat, that's right.
And then how many other boats are there in that position?
I think longliners, there's about 9 longliners in the county. I'm not sure, don't quote me on that. But they have to be extremely careful when they go out. They've got to watch the weather like a hawk, because if they get out there and they get in trouble, I mean, it's dangerous. He's got a 47-foot boat, long line, and can you imagine, he's got 2 children and a wife at home. Can you imagine how she feels every time he leaves the dock? You know, but they watch the weather. I mean, they watch it, I mean, hourly. They've got to be careful what they do. Somebody else had a question.
Well, I would just like to commend you, Chairman, for the 5 focus areas. I mean, that really gets everybody's attention, and we know what we're working on. And I would say, you know, the progress you've made on 2, 3, and 4, if that's indicative of what we can get done with the housing and the opioid, we're on a good roll here. But I know you need our help to do that.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. You guys, your mayor's been, we meet once a month at mayor's meetings, and your council and your town manager have been right there anytime we've ever needed assistance and help, and I can't thank you enough for everything that you do. I mean, this is not about Dare County. It's about, well, it's about Dare County. It's about from Hatteras to Duck. And it's all about the municipalities in the county, and we are grateful to have the relationships that we have with our municipalities, better than, I'll hold it up against all 100 counties. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got some tough issues, housing, and I would not point my finger at Duck for any stretch of the imagination, because I know y'all's situation, you just don't have the area. It's that simple. If you did, I would have no doubt in my mind that you'd do anything you could to move that forward. But there are some areas in several of our other municipalities that, unfortunately, this is the part. I pick on these people, but I was one. So I feel I can afford to pick on them. And that's the non-resident property owners. Yeah. Granted, they give us a lot. They buy from us. They do. I was a NARPO. I coined that phrase. For 37 years, I built my first home in Kill Devil Hills in 1968, and I came down here on weekends. Finally, when my kids graduated from high school, my wife, I talked to my wife, and I said, let's sell the house and let's move down there full time. She said, I'll give you 1 year, and if it don't work, we're going back. We're going back to Chesapeake. Well, I can't drag her away from here. We had that house for 37 years. I built a new house on Bay Drive. I sold that last year. I'm 77 years old. It's time for me to quit going up 3 floors. I'm on 1 level now, thank heavens. But my point I'm trying to make is, I was a non-resident property owner for I owned the house for 37 years, but I was a non-resident property owner for about 25 years. Our municipalities are letting them drive the results. And I'm sorry, we went to court with them when we closed down the bridge over COVID. Now, you can criticize me till the cows come home. I made that decision. We have at the time, Mayor, you served on that committee. We talked about it, but the ultimate responsibility laid in my lap. And I made the call because I wanted to protect the people that live here. I didn't know the first thing about COVID and what it would do to our citizens. But God, did I get criticized? And I would make the same decision today that I made back then. I had a gentleman call me on the phone. I could tell you all the names I was called. I answered over 9,000 phone calls and emails. And the guy calls me on the phone and says, I can't believe you're not letting me get in. I was coming down so that I could start my sprinkler system so my grass wouldn't die. And I said, sir, in all due respect, I'm trying to save people's lives. I could care less about your grass. Well, I would make that decision over and over and over again. They sued us. We won. We went to Beaufort at 8 o'clock in the morning, set in negotiations. They had 12 issues, and I wouldn't budge on any of them. But finally, at 7 o'clock that night, I looked at our attorney, and I said, you go back to their attorney, and you tell them, I'll accept one issue, and if they don't want to bat, I'm not signing off on the other 11 issues that they wanted. You know what one of those 11 issues was? They wanted the right to vote as a non-resident property owner in the Dare County. They wanted the right to vote. Give me a break. I said, you go back to their attorney, you tell them that we will treat them just like a resident property owner if we ever have another pandemic. And I was sitting at the table thinking, I'm hoping and praying, Bob, we ain't gonna never have another pandemic. So I'll give this one up. And I said, you tell them that's what I'll give up. If you don't, I'll see you in court. 30 minutes later, he came back. He said they agreed. So we didn't have to go to court. So I didn't give up on those other 11 issues that would give them so much power. And that's, unfortunately, that's what our municipalities are listening to. People down here, they want housing. The people that live here permanently want housing. They want it because I don't want our kids to go away from here and live somewhere else. I want them coming back here and working and making a living and raising a family to live where they were born and raised. You know, I can be criticized, and I'm a big boy. I can take all kind of criticism under the sun, but I try to be realistic, and I try to use common sense. And if we continue to do that as municipality leaders and as county leaders, I think we'll be better off for it. So,
I know.
Monica.
And you've done a great job of outlining these initiatives, and your leadership is really appreciated. I know I speak, personally and for a lot of other folks. One issue that I think is related to the workforce is that of childcare. And I think that I've heard a lot, just simply because I have kids in that range that are with a lot of young families people who do live here, who cannot find anybody to take care of their children so that they can do other jobs like get in the schools and teach. And I have a lot of, I just want to make sure that in addition to these issues that we're thinking about ways that we can assist these young families and finding ways to get more people in the workforce.
That's a good point you make, Monica, and I'm probably not too far off the charts. I've heard numbers as much as $600 a week for 5 days just for childcare. That's incredible.
And it's not available.
Right, and it's not. You're right, it's not available. We have had conversations with the new school board. We have had conversations as our board with our health department. We're working on that. We're in very, very early stages of that, but I'm hoping we can find some kind of solution to maybe address that. But we are talking about it.
Great, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
I've already planted my oak, by the way.
Great, that's super. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Chairman, we appreciate you coming today. I appreciate our relationship, and I think everyone here enjoyed what you had to say today, and we thank you and your board and for all you've done for Dare County.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you for
We'll see you next week. Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to the item that Proclamation Resolution Policy with Drew Havens.
Well, Betsy's calling that up, and it's going to pass out the slide deck. This will go very quickly. Hopefully, if I talk fast and you listen fast, we'll stay on schedule.
Thanks.
So normally when we start with considering whether to address an issue or come up with a solution, we first start with what's the problem we're trying to solve. Bringing this to you is recently we had a group come and ask for, it was a resolution, and it was one of those that doesn't have any bearing on duck, doesn't have any bearing on duck. What's our procedure for deciding whether or not a resolution or a proclamation is issued? We don't have a policy in place, and absent a policy, it gets to be pretty subjective, and then you can be challenged then over being overly subjective if you don't have some guidelines in place. So the thought is, and if the council so directs, we would make some recommendations in terms of a policy for resolutions and proclamations, and they're slightly different. So a resolution is something that states the opinion or the feeling of the council. So it's something that the council votes on. Sometimes it can have legislative authority to it, sometimes not. A proclamation has no legislative value at all. It's just something that can be signed off on by the mayor. Typically, it's very ceremonial in nature. So they're two very different things. One the council votes on, another one that the mayor can just issue on his own. So with that as the framework, the question is, do you want, and I'll answer any questions you have, but do you want us to work on a policy for your consideration at a future meeting, or do you want to just continue to do what we have been doing, which is just handling them on a kind of more subjectively?
My own personal opinion, I think that I'd like to see us work further on this and develop a policy so that in fact we have guidelines for the future, because I know at times it can be very confusing, and also, you know, we might get misdirected. I think it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and explore this further and bring something before the council.
I know that there was an item a few months ago that probably should have come from the council, not from where it came from, that was presented. Not there was anything wrong with who they presented it to, but just the way it was done.
I agree that it's good, it would be good to drill down on this, and so I'm understanding that, you know, really focusing on the issue and spending a little time digging into it will help everybody understand what the proper use of a resolution versus a proclamation and when it would be appropriate. So you're just kind of helping outline some guidelines that you and staff would develop. Is that how, or are you looking for more detailed direction, or the school government get involved in this, or?
There is some modeling for that from the school government. I know from prior experience that in dealing with a place where we didn't have a firm policy before, there were some issues, and I don't want this council to have to face those same issues. So once we had a policy in place, the questions were answered before they really even got to council. So we don't want to, you know, I don't want to be overly bureaucratic, but again, I want to protect the council and have a policy that you've all agreed on. It takes some of the subjectivity out on the part of the staff and on the part of the mayor and the council. And
Yeah.
to further answer the question, yes, so we'll draft something for you to look at. This is not going to be a high priority issue, but it's something we'll work on, and we can work through some iterations of that with the council and get your input or your feedback on a draft that we'll do. I'm sorry, Mr. Chiano.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think as you said, it's helpful to us, but it's helpful to you too. So you have some sort of a filter that you have when these things come up. So I think it's a good approach.
That makes sense. Because proclamations are more for, like, you know, a month of awareness about a particular cause or something like that, where you get behind those.
That can be done by proclamation or resolution, either or. But again, that's, you know, the guidelines that we develop will help steer how that's done. You know, the major difference is that the resolutions come to council and are adopted. We have a format that our town clerk uses. They're sequentially numbered, so it's an official document of the town. Whereas a proclamation, more ceremonial, and that the mayor would just sign off on. It does not need the council's approval.
And I think it's important to realize that we're nonpartisan, non-political, and that comes into a lot of those proclamations. So,
Okay. I didn't want to start putting a lot of effort into it if you weren't interested in seeing a policy, but it sounds like you at least want to talk about it, so we'll put some effort into it and get it to you.
I think it makes sense to move forward, and especially for future councils for definition. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Well, we were behind, but now we're ahead. So we're going to recess. The retreat until 12:45.
Okay.
The retreat is back in session. Starting this afternoon's presentations will be Chief Ackerman, Police Department. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Appreciate you being here today. Our mission is to provide the highest possible level of law enforcement service to the town's residents, property owners, and visitors in order to keep Duck a safe place to live and to visit. I was pulling some call data the other day from Dare County and came across 20 years worth of data, and it was really interesting to me. In 2003, we ran just over 2,000 calls. At that time, we had 6 officers. 20 years later, now we're at 14 officers, and last year we finished with 14,268 calls, so 561% increase since the town was incorporated. So we've come a long way, and a lot of the calls, as I'll talk about on slides to come here, are self-initiated, so a lot of them are service-related and speak to what we do that some of our surrounding towns don't. So for 2022, we had our highest call volume, again at 14,268, so an 11% increase over the previous year. And then, of course, in 2020 with COVID, we dipped down, but I think just as our call volume has, everything else that we've done has rebounded as well. So I always like to highlight the difference between dispatch calls, which are the calls that go directly through the 911 center, and the calls that our officers generate themselves. It's not to say that some of the things they generate are not high priority calls. They may stumble upon it or receive call information some other way than through the communications center, but on average, about 7.72% to 1, or a ratio of 7.72 to 1 of calls self-initiated versus calls we're dispatched to through the 911 center. And again, I think that speaks highly to the amount of service that we provide, the calls we take. Traffic safety has been a big push for me over the last 2 years. I recognized that it was something we were falling behind on. So I'm happy to report this year that we've had a 132% increase in traffic enforcement from 2021 to 2022. I'm equally happy to report that 59% of the traffic enforcement actions we took were warning tickets versus uniform citations. And that speaks to the population that we're serving. A lot of the folks are here on vacation, coming down, not familiar with our speed limits, which is something we spoke about this morning. Having some consistency in there will help greatly. But we're able to educate a lot of people and get them slowed down. Just merely having that patrol car on the side of the road with somebody as other motorists pass, maybe 200-300 motorists can pass during that time. They don't know what's going on there, but they assume somebody's being stopped for speeding, and it's a good reminder for them as well. So those enforcement actions pay big dividends for us overall. Looked at some radar speed sign statistics. We put up the 2 new signs in Sanderling late last year rather, and we also have the sign that we put up at Seabreeze Drive coming northbound through into the village. Those 3 signs still have statistics packages on them, so we were able to go back and really dig down on some of that data. Of interest to me really was the average speed that we saw, and we looked at a period of October 1st through February 1st of this year. And we saw in Sanderling, southbound, a 38.4% average speed and a 35.5% average speed northbound. At Seabreeze, where we're trying to get folks to slow down from 35 and 45 as they come out of Southern Shores, we saw an average speed of 30.5. So it shows me that sign is effective in doing what we sought out to do. And then the Sanderling signs also doing exactly what they were intended to do. As we look at the different speed blocks, I broke it down into small increments there. At Sanderling southbound, we saw the highest volume of cars come through at a speed between 41 and 45 miles an hour. Northbound, we saw almost an equal mix between 36 and 45 miles an hour. And I think the reason for that is folks tend to speed up as they're headed that way, as they're headed northbound, they come whip around that curve. I think that curve slows them down, and then they hit the sign, and that hopefully slows them down. But I think what we're seeing is consistent with what council indicated they want to do, and that's look for a uniform 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. I think that's a safe speed limit. As we know, people are going to drive as fast as they're comfortable driving, and I worry about those curves. I've always worried at a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. Knock on wood, it has amazed me that we don't have the crashes that we probably should have with the number of drivers that aren't familiar with that road operating at 45 miles an hour or greater. So as we also talked about this morning, the speed signs have been a huge, highly effective tool for us, probably the best speed education tool that we've ever employed. And I look forward to, in the coming year, replacing some of them to make sure that all 6 of them are operating correctly at all times. And then I did really like Mr. Shano's idea of looking at maybe a smaller profile speed sign to go on Plover Drive. Some statistics of interest from last year. We investigated 67 vehicle crashes. Business checks were 8,130, big part of what we do. Our ex-patrol checks are actually down quite a bit for 110 checks there. So we did get some information out in recent newsletters to remind people that we have that service and we're happy to perform it. We made 16 physical arrests last year. Let's talk about some of the projects that we've been working on over the last year or so. We finally were able to get the outdated police records management software replaced with the countywide Flex project. So now we're able to share data countywide, which is a huge tool for law enforcement purposes. It's also a huge safety factor for officers. If we stop someone, we're dealing with somebody that may have had an encounter with Killable Hills, we're going to know about it at the time of stop. Which can pay huge dividends for officer safety. We were able to replace 7 of our mobile data terminals, so that's a multi-year project that we usually split over 2 years to reduce the cost. We implemented a mobile desktop docking station model for our cars and vehicles, which will allow us to eliminate most of the desktop computers that we've been maintaining in the police department. It's easier on the officer to have one computer that they can easily take from the car into homes to take reports and then into the office. So excited about that, and I think it's going to be a huge efficiency saver for us. We were able to get the 2 new radar speed signs up in Sanderling, as I mentioned, and we were finally able to get some fire-rated cabinetry to store our ammunition and personnel records, something that we've sought for a long time for safety there and ensuring that if we do have a weather event or fire, those records are protected. We were able to upgrade the 2 LPR systems with Vigilant systems through Motorola. We've seen, as I've talked about over the last few months, we've seen a huge accuracy increase in the volume numbers we're seeing. We're also, the platform that operates behind those systems is really robust and provides just an amazing amount of data to us, not just a daily basis, but in investigations we're really able to draw down. And they have Vigilant has a much larger network of cameras across the country. So as we're looking for vehicles, for instance, we had a stolen vehicle last week, we're able to really track everywhere that stolen vehicle had been before it came to Duck. So it may not help us directly, but with that particular investigation, it has some national implications that the FBI are looking for. So we're able to provide them a lot of data that will aid in their investigation as well. So really proven to be a really good upgrade for us. We did sign the contract. Council gave approval for the new in-car camera systems. So we'll be implementing them later this year, but the order has been placed. And we're in the queue, so we're looking forward to that. And then we added tire deflation systems at both ends of town. So if we have a chase that enters into our town, we have a better chance of stopping that before anybody is injured. That's something we wanted to have them at each end of town. We're working with our partners in Southern Shores and Currituck to make sure that they have access to that. So if their officers are able to get to those points more quickly than us, they can utilize that equipment as well and hopefully stop a chase before it gets out of hand through our village. And lastly, we've worked really hard on the police officer mental health initiative. It will be the first in the region program that will mandate well visits for police officers, something that is a very pushed national model that we're seeing. So it allows officers to get in every year to see a clinician. They're mandated to go. They're not mandated to say anything, but it gives them the opportunity. And if somebody has something troubling going on, it gives them an opportunity to get them help, because police officer suicide is just out of control in the country right now. So I'm excited about this. And then further on that initiative, been able to work with Chief Black. So we're now looking at expanding that wellness program throughout the fire department. And then also we met with all the directors of the other town departments, and we're looking at being able to implement some portion of that for all town staff. So
Can town council members go too? No.
I don't know if we can afford that number of visits that you might need. What you have to deal with. No. We'll be glad to provide you with a contact number. As I mentioned, the new license plate readers were up. They were live and working correctly as of September 1st. And from that period through the end of January, we had 2.3 million detections of license plates that came through town. Of course, that's all 4 cameras, so some of them would have been scanned twice as they moved through town or back in. But it's just a huge amount of data that aids us in multiple ways, from looking at traffic volume statistics to looking at investigations. So it's great information for us. Just a few things to point out. So we had 758,000 vehicles enter Duck from Southern Shores, headed northbound in that short period of time. 424,000 vehicles left Duck heading to Corolla, about 55.9% of vehicles that entered. And then looking the other way, coming back from Corolla into Duck, we saw 426,000 vehicles. It makes sense. I'm not sure what happened to that extra couple thousand vehicles. I don't know if they disappeared in the Corolla Triangle or not, but in all seriousness, there's always a small margin of error in that data for multiple scans or vehicles that may be detected more than once. I want to report on our career development program. We put that into place several years ago with council's approval. It's been highly successful for us. So over the last year, we were able to move 2 of our sergeants, Jason Garrett and Joe Knight, to senior sergeant level. They met all the criteria, which includes a robust requirement for training, as well as their overall experience, both here in Duck and agencies that they came from. Jeremy Davis and Kyle Huhar moved to senior patrol officer, and Tim Armstrong and Justin Nockwin moved to master police officer. So it's a great way for us to recognize what they bring to our organization and our town. So I'm really happy that we're able to implement that. Of course, we have an opening, and this is where I'll spend a little bit more time talking about what we're seeing. And the question that's on my mind and pretty much every police chief in North Carolina right now is, where have all the police officers gone? I say North Carolina, but nationally. I'm sure you've seen the reports on the news. So League of Municipalities this week came out with a number that their average vacancy rate is somewhere in the 20% range, and that ranges anywhere from 12% to 50%. Elizabeth City, just down the road with us, as of last week, had a 50% vacancy rate. So if there's 60 authorized officers at 30 openings. That's really concerning. In our district alone, nearly every law enforcement agency, and that's state, county, and municipal, has at least 1 opening. I'm told the sheriff's office right now has 8 openings. There's several municipal agencies here in Dare with more than 1. What really scares me is that our COA Basic Law Enforcement Training Program, which is our police academy, it covers a 7-county region. In 2022, they graduated only 25 recruits. So not even enough recruits to fill the ranks in one municipality in Elizabeth City, let alone all the other folks looking for good officers. Our model in Duck has always focused on bringing mid-level, professional, experienced police officers in. It worked well because Duck is, frankly, a poor training ground for recruit officers. We don't have the volume of calls. We don't have the complexity of calls that would provide somebody with a good, sound field training program. So it's worked until now. We're really having to look at an alternative model and really look at finding some recruits to hire to at least fill this one vacancy. As a command staff, we've brainstormed on this at length, trying to figure out where and who that right person might be to bring in. So I hope that that's something we can continue to work towards, because frankly, we've had an opening for over a month. And we had one applicant who, probably isn't the right person for our organization. And to have one person come in over a 30-day period is really concerning to me. Also, our model was to hire to steal, I'll say it, from our neighboring agencies. That has almost come to a standstill, frankly, because most municipal agencies in the county have now brought their benefits and salary up to a point where it no longer be worth it to an officer to leave where they have longevity to come to another agency. So that's been a real challenge. And then as Commissioner Woodard spoke this morning, affordable housing is our #1 issue. I've talked to a number of chiefs here that had people hired, lined up, and as soon as they made the trip down here, started looking for housing, realized that it just simply was not affordable, and backed out of those positions. So it is a real concern. One thing I promised to our town, and for the last 20 years we've maintained this, that we will never hire a warm body to fill our positions. As we look at things that are happening across the country dealing with police officers, in a lot of those situations, we see officers that were put in positions, the standards were lowered. There are people that maybe should have never had the opportunity to carry a badge and gun, and we simply won't do that. When we hire professional police officers, we reduce liability. It's the #1 thing we do, but we enhance our service level. We have people that treat our residents and our visitors and our property owners with dignity and respect. We have officers that approach their job with compassion and empathy. We have officers that possess common sense problem-solving skills and sound judgment so that we don't ever end up on the front page of the newspaper for something like that. And we're able to communicate smartly with all our stakeholders. These officers enjoy being out there. They enjoy talking, they enjoy solving problems, and they really are devoted and enjoy being part of our community. So excellent is the only officer that we would accept here. To talk about the state of the fleet, we're doing pretty good with that. We've got 4 of our 2017 Interceptor SUVs that will be scheduled for replacement this year. I'm hoping to come back to you in March with a proposal to look at least getting those cars ordered. We've seen a lot of changes in the motor vehicle world over the last couple years with part shortages and microchip shortages. It's really hit fleet vehicles hard. Dodge, which was probably the largest competitor to Ford for police vehicles, had the Charger. That's been discontinued and taken out of the equation. So now the Ford Interceptor SUV really is the go-to vehicle. Ford just can't build them fast enough, and frankly, they're selling cars so well on the civilian market, there's not a huge effort on the fleet side to fill those orders. Part shortages are a real thing out there. We just had one of our cars that had a exhaust issue under warranty. It sat at Hall Ford since May. We got it back last week, waiting for parts from Ford. And it was just insane that Ford continued to build vehicles rather than divert those parts to existing vehicles, but that's what they do. Unfortunately, the 2023 model year window has already closed. So the vehicles we'll be talking about getting will likely be 2024 model year vehicles, and we likely won't see them till sometime in early 2024. So it's imperative that we at least get in the queue and get them ordered, as a lot of people that have ordered late have had their orders canceled at the last minute, leaving them with very little options to fill, to get those cars replaced. Electric vehicles there's been a lot of talk about electric police vehicles. There is some really promising things coming down the line. We're not there yet. There's still some concern. Joe Knight is kind of a car nut, and he has done some great work. He went to auto show, spoke with a lot of manufacturers to try to really figure out what's going to be coming from them. And we do expect to see an all-electric version of the car we drive now within the next couple years. Chevrolet has announced that they'll have the Blazer on the market next year, all electric. But until the infrastructure is there to support those electric vehicles, it really is just too early. I had strongly considered asking for a pilot program, but after talking to Drew about it and really thinking it through, we're just not there yet. But I do think in our future purchases that may be a very real thing for us. And while there's a pretty significant upfront cost increase for electric vehicles, the type of driving we do here in Duck, low speed, lots of idling, it absolutely lends itself to electric vehicle technology. So I think we could see huge paybacks in not having to buy fuel, especially if it stays expensive as it is. Always want to get back to the service we provide here. There's a lot of agencies that simply wait for the phone to ring and they respond reactively to everything. We have the complete opposite model. We're proactive at every stage. We're out there daily. We've got multiple officers out that are patrolling our neighborhoods, patrolling our commercial district, talking to our citizens, figuring out what the problems are and finding ways to solve them. We've got the uniform marked patrol fleet. That's something we worked a long time to achieve, and we finally have that. And as long as Ford continues to make those vehicles in the Interceptor line, we'll continue to have them. Always point out that unlike a lot of police departments, we respond to all police, fire, and medical calls. Every one of our police vehicles is equipped with an AED, so if we happen to get there sooner than fire, or if fire's tied up on something else, we can still provide a critical link until emergency medical can get there. Our extra patrol service is something we're proud of. We really do want to get that out to more people so they take advantage of it. It makes for a safer community to have us doing that. And then no one that I'm aware of is doing an off-season residential property check program like we do. We're out there every day. Officers randomly choose houses to check that are vacant. Don't take this the wrong way, Monica, but it's kept some of our rental companies on their toes too, where we were finding a lot of open doors that they weren't. Not Carolina Designs, of course, but it worked well because it also, finding these doors allowed us to build relationships with the maintenance folks at the different companies. So we now know who to call when we find something. They're able to get out there, get the houses checked. But over the years, the number of open doors we found has plummeted. And I think that's a big part of that relationship that we've built. And then our robust nightly business checks. I mentioned we did over 8,000 business checks last year. Every night, the officers are walking the commercial district, walking the shops as they're closed, shaking doors, making sure they're secure. And knock on wood, it has been a long time since we've had a commercial break-in in Duck. And I think that speaks to the fact that our officers are out there and visible. We've made we have not been shy about telling people that we have license plate readers in use. It's certainly not to spy on people or track people, but it's a great criminal investigative tool for break-ins. And we believe they target other communities because they don't have what we're doing. So it's working. I promised I'd keep this short, and I am. Is there any questions that you have or anything that I can expand on?
Chief, I should know the answer, but do we have body cameras?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes, we do. We were one of the first agencies in Dare County to implement body cameras under our former chief, Cudo. Glad we did it, and it worked I can say that 90% of the time, I would say closer to 99% of the time, it catches the officer doing exactly the right thing. And the officers have embraced it for that very reason. Yes, great point. So we use a company called Axon to provide both our in-car and our body camera equipment. Axon is great for what really sets them apart from their competitors is what they offer on the back end software-wise. So they have a module, it's called Performance, and it allows the supervisors to go in every day and randomly select footage of different officers' activities based on a criteria we set in policy. So they're actually sitting every day viewing a portion of those videos to make sure that the officers are acting accordingly, acting to policy, and being safe. So it's not just having the camera and waiting for a call or a complaint to come in. We're proactively watching that. And on top of that, our body cameras and our in-car cameras are linked, which is something that a lot of agencies don't do. So if an officer responds to a call, it's linked to an incident number. So that officer's vehicle camera footage, their body camera footage is viewable on the same screen. And to take it a step further, if 5 different officers respond to that scene, all 5 of those officers' footage from their cars and body cameras are now combined into one case. So we're able to go back and look at every single angle of something that we want to look at after the fact. So it's a very powerful system.
How does this get turned on? Just say, if you have one now, would it be on?
No. So, well, yes and no. The way the technology works, it's always capturing video. So it's essentially on a 30-second loop. So it's always catching over itself. If the officer activates their emergency lights in their car, it activates the camera in the car and their body camera. So now it's taking footage 100% of the time, and it always backs up 30 seconds. So if 30 seconds before they hit that switch, we'll be able to see that footage and hear that audio as well. We also have sensors on our holsters. So if an officer unholsters their firearm, activates their body camera and car camera, if they activate their taser, it does the same thing. So 90% of the time, an officer is responsible for activating it themselves if it's not a dispatch call or an emergency call. And it's really muscle memory. They're trained just to hit the button when they initiate a call, and it rolls from there. But in the situations where things are tense and moving fast, we have mechanisms to ensure that the camera does activate without them having to think about it.
So when they go out and do a business check, it's not on unless they activate it?
No, generally, we have there's a criteria in our policy that dictates exactly which calls they have to self-initiate for. So the only reason we don't do 100% of the time is the storage of the video is very expensive, and if we can limit the amount. Now, if the officer was to be conducting a business check and suddenly they're confronted with an armed assailant, they're going to unholster their firearm. It's going to turn it on for them, so they won't have to think. And again, it's backing it up 30 seconds. So we're going to see what led up to that situation.
Chief, what's the useful life of our interceptors, years and miles?
We shoot for 6 years. The only reason we don't look at mileage is it doesn't tend to tell the story very well with our cars. A lot of the wear and tear on our cars is simply time engine running, excessive cornering, things like that. So we look at a time frame rather than a mileage. It ranges. This group of 2017s, it'll probably be 7 years by the time from the date of acquisition to the date those are taken out of service. So it does range, but 6 is the average.
Thank you.
I was just going to think, as I heard you presenting about all the open doors and things that you've found in businesses and in residents over the years, it is pretty amazing that those numbers have gone down as much, because it used to be that the place was wide open. And I mean, the technology has changed so much. I mean, you can probably remember when we were talking about deer cameras out there to try to flash lights to keep people from trying to deter. So here we have all these great tools, and I mean, I, for one, just want to thank the police department and under your leadership and all the officers for, just everything they do in town. I think extremely visible. I don't leave Duck a lot, I work and live here, but I see the police officers a lot, just even driving around in Duck, and I think it's just great to be that visible, and really appreciate all your hard work, and I think it really speaks to a great community, feeling safe, and thanks to you guys.
Appreciate that. You've got 14 officers 13 right now, that truly enjoy working here. We all have friends in agencies all over the country, and we hear what they go through. And one of the greatest things that I hear from officers, why they feel appreciated here, is one, our town manager, and two, our town council. They feel supported, and that's something that a lot of officers out there do not feel right now. And our community, in no particular order, our community certainly embraces us, appreciates us, and cookies and treats at holidays to prove it.
Two-part question here. On your retention of officers, is it just because the climate that they're working in here, and they're not skipping town for these others, so are we at the higher end of the scale in the area, or middle of the road, the bottom of the road?
Duck specifically?
I'm talking about Duck.
Yeah. I think we've done really well because we've provided an attractive place for folks to work, and that has really helped our recruiting. The problem is not a Duck problem, it's more a national problem. You had a lot of officers that just left the profession. There was a time when they could go work in a number of industries for equal money or more, and they just said the liability, the headache, the trauma just wasn't worth it, and they left the profession. We're reeling to try and fill what we lost on top of regular attrition, officers retiring. It's very challenging. So, the officer we lost didn't leave for more money, didn't leave for a better environment. They left because to them it was their dream job to work in fisheries. I hated to see that officer go, but I understood why they wanted to do that. But again, it wasn't money. And that's the number one issue you hear from other agencies. It's not always about that, but our money, our culture only carries us so far. But I think we're doing better. We hadn't had to face this issue until now, and we held it off for quite a while before we had any turnover, so.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I apologize, I sound a little jazzy. Hopefully, I will go without coughing through this. But thank you again. It's a 2023 retreat. I think it's my 17th one, and I know everyone's getting nervous that have seen them before, because you know how much I love my data, and I can ramble on and on about it. I'll try to be quick today and highlight some things, but it's 20 years, right? 20 years of the town and 40 years of the fire department, and a lot's happened in that time. So first thing, I'm not going to get all philosophical, but everyone knows Maslow's hierarchy of needs that we always see, right? And it's so good to hear from council and hear from the chief, and everything we talk about is about safety. We want to feel safe in our communities, whether it's lowering the speed limit north of here. I think Councilman Mooney brought it up during the strategic session about when we look at doing things, can we look at the safety aspects, right? Let's make sure we're doing that. Let's look at our ordinances. Are we doing the best we can for our community? And obviously in public safety, that's where we tend to focus. Again, just like Chief Ackerman, we have a mission. The mission is to, protect our community, make our community safe, and make sure that we have a safe working environment on top of that. How does that work with the town vision? We want to make sure the fire department, police department, that we're all working together. So we want to make sure we're looking at the pieces around our now 2032 vision, which is amazing to think what that looks like several years from now. So I know for me as the chief, I'm trying to mold all three things: the duck fire mission, the town vision, and then the work we did with Sawyer over the last year with our town employees to make sure that we're looking at all aspects as we move forward, especially into the next 40 years. So I know Captain Del Monte spoke for me last month and brought up this model because I want to start looking at the fire department in these three areas. There's an administrative piece, a fire operations piece, and a fire prevention piece. If you went to FDNY or Houston right now, there'd be whole teams of people under each of these things, and we still have to cover these things even with a one-station department. I'm going to focus mostly on our operations, and I'll start with the organizational chart. I love this chart because we filled it. We filled it over the last few years, right? We have a chief, the deputy chief, 3 captains, and 3 firefighters assigned 24/7. We're still using part-time and volunteer, and we have a shared administrative assistant. But I've stood up here how many retreats going, can we get to this point? So thank you, and you'll see some data that's going to reflect that. Today is a great example. We have 2 full-time on, 1 part-time, and a volunteer to make a crew of 4 today as an example of the work we've done to get there, because that's our goal. So we'll start with fire operations with response. That's where we're judged on, right? Anything happens, we get a 911 call, the 2 things we're going to get judged on: how fast did we get there, and how well did we do when we were there. So those are probably the 2 most important points for like Mrs. Smith. How are we doing, right? So we always look to this. You'll see this every time I present because I want to make sure you understand where we can control things and where we can't. We somewhat can control response time and being ready and available at any given minute. How we initiate our actions and what we do to control and mitigate an event, that's on us. That's our training, that's our response. The other things on the other side, we need the community, we need the dispatchers to play into that and how quick we're notified. So probably the most important piece for me, and I'm always careful to look at response times because I don't want you to compare to the world, because we have a 6-mile, 2-lane road in the middle of the summer. But do look at the differences between 2016 and 2022. And I'm not wigged out. There's a 16-second difference between 21 and 22. But look how we've been able to bring those numbers down. This is the first arriving apparatus response time. That's pretty darn impressive, okay? We were waiting for people in 2016. Now the people are there, and we're getting that first piece out. And the second thing is who's on that first out apparatus. And I'll just go ahead right to my marked circle here. Look at the difference there. We are finally having a minimum of 3 suppression firefighters with a minimum of 1, which would be the example today, of 1 support personnel on the first out apparatus. So as far as the staffing model, where I'm comfortable, we've got 3 red tag and a driver, and that's exactly what we have sitting today. And that's on average. Sometimes it's more, it's never really below, okay? And this doesn't account for DC or I may get called to a 911 call and it's just us. This is about that first out apparatus. Training, all comes down to training. And it all comes down to, I love my pie chart. And it's only to really show you, with 551 calls this year, the amount of different types of calls we have, and that we have to make sure we're training for all those things. And I've said that before. Training hours this year total, 4,579. That's a picture from Buxton. Career hours, 3,208. Volunteer hours, 1,371. And I'm only highlighting today one thing, is drill of the week. Every Sunday, the crew that's on picks a drill of the week for that week. And the goal is to pick something we don't necessarily do every day, not necessarily described in the pictures. We do a lot of forcible entry. But every Sunday, officer on duty with the crew chooses what drill will be done that week so that we're hitting topics we might not see all the time. And we have 52 examples from last year. I have it over there if you'd like it. But that's something the crews started to make sure, okay, we're not on structure fires every day. We're not running hazmat calls every day. So how are we doing some training around that to at least touch on it? Day-to-day logistics. It's not often I get a picture with all 3 captains. Those are our 3 captains. These folks do a lot to run the shift. And the day-to-day logistics requires them to log. We log everything. 90% we log, okay? I don't need to know everything they're doing, but we pretty much, if they're doing something, they put it in a log. And I know it's tedious for them, and I know they're sitting in the audience right now because some of them do the input, but it's really fascinating. The data in really helps to tell a story when I can show it here. And that's what I've done with the few slides I'm going to show you today. So these three are in charge of their shifts, so even if they delegate it down, to really record the operations of the fire department. So we'll start with one simple thing, just looking at equipment, just testing it. They start saws, they start extrication equipment, they're looking at everything. In 2022, we had 184 entries for equipment maintenance, might be repair, for 164 hours. So these guys don't realize when they're putting in their 45 minutes a day, what that looks like over the course of a year. We can do that with the fleet. So this 1,730 entries at 1,164 hours in 2022 just focused on fueling, truck checks, looking under the trucks, fixing the little stuff, not the big stuff. You can see where a lot of our attention, and quite frankly money, because we've talked about that, goes into the fleet side of the house. Vendor repairs and maintenance. We actually track when a vendor comes on the property to either do a repair or even just meet with us about equipment or fleet. We had 62 entries at 130 hours, and that's what's in-house. It's not what we take away from here. That was pump testing just last week. I knew you were going to get to this. So that's engine 111. I hit my button too soon, so I'm going to get rid of it. Engine 11 is right here. We have 111. This is the one we're replacing. And if you remember a year ago, thank you, you went ahead and approved the purchase of a new engine. So the update on that is we will go pre-construction with a full package in September. They will probably go up in October to the plants with an expected delivery around April 2024. So that seems excessive. It's still another year away. If we were to do that same project today, it would be over $900,000 and still 2 years out. So thank you for your proactive approach to trying to do something when we could, because it's not getting cheaper, it's not getting any shorter. So, facilities. So the interesting thing, we'll talk a little bit about public safety building, but we all know, thank you, you've all addressed it in January. But we do our own cleaning, we do our own lawn maintenance and stuff. It doesn't really make sense at this point in the old building to add it on to the contracts the town already have. We have folks on shift. Friday mornings when you're picking up trash is our day for doing anything outside. So 1,605 entries at 861 hours. And yes, that includes cleaning the toilets, because every day there's station cleaning, it's logged every day. And so you see Captain Dempsey there with a mop. We all try to help with the cleaning. The next bit is fire prevention and education, right? I'm just going to show you a few things. I won't bore you with everything we do on our log, but when you look at fire prevention and education, we didn't do 243 inspections, but we entered 243 times. We were dealing with inspections, and that was 273 hours. And when you look at, again, the vibrant community, we want the community to be safe. This is our time out doing not only the fire prevention inspections that we coordinate with Sandy, but we're doing our pre-planning. We're going back and doing secondary checks if they have things wrong. We spend a lot of time with them to try to educate. It's not just about doing that inspection. Hydrant service, we look at all the hydrants every year, 57 entries at about 96 hours. So they'll go out and do a chunk, may come back. We usually do that in the spring. A reflective and Knox box program, 70 entries at 30 hours. We're replacing ones that are bad. We're putting in new Knox boxes, new reflective signs. And that program we've been doing for a long time and still very successful. And then station tours, 196 entries at 80 hours. So a little family comes in, maybe they buy a t-shirt, maybe they don't. That doesn't mean 196 people. That means 196 times that's what was captured and logged. It could be 4 people, 20 people, 8 people. I didn't add up the totals of how many people that actually come through, but we are a pretty popular destination. Yes, sure, I'd be glad to. So reflective signs are the little reflective signs in front of your house. Duck is great about having low-level lighting everywhere. That's very difficult at night for fire, EMS, and police. The reflective signs we have out front helps us to identify the address quicker at night. Thank you for doing that program. We piloted it with Duck Road years ago. It's caught on. Homeowners associations have done it completely. Great program. Knox Box is another great program for us, especially in the commercial space. If there's a problem with a commercial business, it's a lockbox. The key is only for Duck. This is a nationwide program used everywhere. Only the fire department has it, with the exception of one key, which is mine. You need to go into a computer and get the key out, and it's logged. We just haven't put it in my old vehicle. When we get a new vehicle, we will do that with mine. We can do it with non-resident property owners, so we're not banging in doors and breaking windows. If they have an issue, we can get in. We've also used it. We've helped law enforcement, and we've helped our folks that have medical issues that can't get to the door. If they're in the Knox box program, they have their box. We can open it, their keys in there, and we can access their homes. Very successful nationwide program, not just here.
You said replacement on that. Is that when they order a new one and you reinstall it?
Yeah,
You don't replace it for nothing?
So Knoxbox, we're actually working with them, and I know last year someone came to me about that. Nicole's our point of contact, and actually Cameron Whitaker's overseeing Knoxbox for us now. They will replace, because of our environment, they are open to replacing. So if you do have a Knoxbox and you're listening to me and have an issue, let us know. That is a little pricey, it's a couple $100s, but it's cheaper than a window and a door and us breaking things. So thank you for that. Administration, that's the boring stuff, right? Ultimately, that falls on the chief, and it's all kinds of things, and I'm not going to read that list. Council, you can have my presentation when we're done. But there's a lot of things that go behind that with the administration, and it doesn't happen in a vacuum, and it doesn't just happen with me, because as you know, the fire department also has a board of directors. Nicole is helpful, and of course, DC sitting over there. He has more admin than he ever thought he'd have in our new model, but we can't do it without all of them. And again, when you look at responsible leadership for the last 40 years, and you look at the financial planning from day one of the incorporation to now, we do a really good job. One, we're integrated, and two, the checks, balances, and oversight and ability to work together to keep things as streamlined as we can. And it takes a village, literally. Where's the best example? You've already heard about it. It took effect in October, is that we are an ISO 2. I can tell you, unless we hired a lot of people and put more stations in, we won't be a 1. This is the highest you'll probably see in Duck, and we should be darn proud of that. As we did well, and that's the work of everyone. Council, our members, admin, that's a team effort along with communications and water. Okay, because it's the admin section, I get to do my fun graphs. It's good to at least review. So interesting, right? Because it's trends, data in, data out. 551 calls, we're not going down, but we're not exploding. Okay, I think that's an important thing to look at. A difference we did see this year, we had more medical than we did station calls. When I say station calls, that's everything else besides medical. That's more on the norm, national norm, to have a lot more medical than station. This is the first year we're actually seeing that, so. Seasonal call volume. This is one of my favorite things to look at, because if you were to pull NFPA standards or standards of cover, it'll ask if you're rural, if you're urban, and it's all based on population. We're a rural area by population. In the summer, we become suburban, and we cannot meet, it's like meeting the standard of New York City, right? We're not gonna meet those standards with who we're gonna put on scene in 4 minutes. It's just, so you have to really weigh all that. But I think it's really helpful to look at it broken out. So blue is winter, it's cold. Yellow is it's sunny on the sides, and then red is our peak season, right? That's where we tend to see the increases in our call volume, is during that peak part between May and September. We had that little blip in 21 in the off season. I think that was a COVID impact. But again, at the end of the day, we're not exploding with calls. So I'm not coming to you saying, oh my God, we're exploding with calls and we can't cover it or anything. We're just monitoring it, and that's what I like about these couple of slides here. And then this one, I don't know if it does anything for you. I just think it looks cool. The red thick line is last year. Just, it's almost a bell shape, right, with how we have calls. Less in the beginning of the year, peaks over the summer, and then gradually comes down. Time of day, don't eat lunch at 12, guys, and don't eat dinner at 6, because that's our 2 peak times. But again, it's 24 hours a day. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Doesn't matter what day of the week. That's pretty evened out. Tuesdays has always been the most popular day. Interestingly, Saturday is usually our lowest, but this year's a little higher. We're still doing percentages on a 551 calls, so please use that sparingly when you look at that. Fire risk. At the end of the day, the fire department's here ultimately for fire. We did not have a major fire in 2022 in Duck. That's a good thing, because this was, I think, pre-2022. too. I forget the date now. Well, maybe it was in 22, but it's early. But the reason I put this up, and I put the fire risk up last year, these are always going to be our risks. Geography, and geography from the point of getting resources in. Wind, because every day is a wind-driven fire for us, which is unusual in other areas of the country. We're a fragile environment, our built environment. We're 3 stories, open, wood frame, just how we build right now, it's going to increase how quickly a fire gets going in something. And then our visitor population, right? Those things are always here. The more people that are here, the more risk there is, right? For us, deploying requires fast water quickly. That's how we're going to mitigate big fires. This is a great example of a 3-person crew. I've already reported out on this, able to at least knock down the flames until more people could get there. 15 people on the left side of that building all came out with no problems. Thanks to Joe using his magic with the county, we have approximately 2,915 properties at a value of $1.95 billion, and that's what we're protecting, and we take that very seriously. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about all this if we don't talk about the people. So when you look at active, engaged community, you look at the room here, we've had a volunteer system for 40 years now, since 1982. This specifically addresses when we assist town. So anytime we assist town, whether it's putting up garland, Betsy, or whether we are at the town events, we had 203 entries in 2022 for about 318 hours of being here and being present doing community events. How does that compare our people to the calls, right? This is another one of my very fun graphs that I love, and I'll go ahead and put around my circle here. 551 calls, so we see a gradual increase since we became a town, right? Which is a good problem, it's gradual. The yellow line is volunteers. So in 2002, I had 36 volunteers, right? 36. Not so much today, we're down to 14, okay? And that's at any given point in time. It might go up 1, it might go down 1. We pick a point, we pick July 1st of every year to do this graph, because if I did it every time someone joined or kind of joined. So what have we had to do to kind of make up those numbers is our hiring over time. And then the green line is 6 for 6 part-timers, as Jeremy's representing well today. Again, it's just a trending piece. We're not crazy with how much call volume we have, but we do have to pay attention to the loss of volunteers, and I'll address that in a minute. Resident suppression stays the same. You've seen this graph before. Right now, look in the room. This is our active and engaged community. I don't see any of them. I asked them to raise their hands when you go in a burning building, that any of them are going to raise their hands and want to go in the burning building. And that's what we have put our career folks in play for, to do that part for us. So let's talk about the people. I will say good luck to Christian. He left us about a couple weeks ago, right? So when you look at retaining, it's going to be difficult to retain a Christian. He's young, he's eager, he's super smart. He got in at Virginia Beach, which is going to give him many, many more opportunities than we can in Duck. Is he still going to be part-time for us? Yes. Did he write the nicest resignation letter on the planet? Yes. And I will tell you another story about Christian when I get to that point. But we wish him well, but what does it cause us to do? We're going back to the hiring process again. So we've been interviewing over the last few weeks. We had 6 people put in for the position. I put it out for entry level and master firefighter just to test the waters. I talked with Drew and said, let's test the waters about looking for that more experienced folk, because we just don't get that often. We had no bites for the master position. I talked to someone on the beach interested and said, what would it take to get you? And I will tell you, I could not get that person here because of money, right? We couldn't touch the money. So we're more likely to look at that entry-level person, which is fine. So we had 6 come in. 1 backed out because they looked at housing. We got down to 5. 2 pulled out after, right prior to the physical agility. We brought in 3, and we've brought 1 to Drew and more to come, but I think we're in the process of offering to 1. So it looks like we have filled our 14th spot with a young gentleman who is on the beach already, right? That's a challenge. And I think will be a great fit for the town of Duck. I'm hoping March we can get him here and you can meet him. The picture on the right is how many people it took just to put on that piece. Okay, that wasn't the interview. That was to do the physical agility and cover calls. So, every time we have to hire, anyone can say this that has hiring issues, there's a process to it, and there's gear to it, and it's all that. So I'll hit you up with retention in a minute. So let's talk about retention. I know, and you've heard from Chief Ackerman, and I know you're probably going to hear it from Drew because we've gone to him. You wake up in 2023, it's a national problem. I can tell you the U.S. Fire Administrator has 6 working groups, and one is recruitment and retention just for fire because it's a national problem. It's not Duck, it's not Dare County. So what can we do? I know for me, I don't want to go through a hiring process to get someone with less than 2 years of experience to come into Duck where we're on our own for 10 to 20 minutes. We need experience. So in this chart here, I just took our career staff, and their time in Duck is in the left column. The time on the right is their full time in the fire service. Brandon's sitting in the audience. He has 11 years, but only 6.5 or so with us. So we have some incredible, when you look at fire years for a small department that just got to this size, we have 166 hours of fire experience. You know, some of us take up most of that. I don't want to lose that, right? Like, so what can I do to keep my folks? I don't want to keep losing a Christian, but I can't give them more fires and more experience. But how do we keep the folks that have put some time in here? And that's where, you know, I've got another slide here. The same goes for volunteers, right? So we have about 130 years of experience with our volunteers. Most of our active, engaged can go in the burning building or drive. For the Ralphs of the world, because he's our best example, and Joel, a couple others, they don't have a lot of that 130 years. Our 130-year folks that make up a lot of that are our board and our older members that have been on for 20-plus years. They're now support. So they're filling a role we need, but they're not filling that combat role, if you will. So I'm always going to ask the recruitment question of volunteers, difficult in the way the world is and with the demographics of Duck, but again, we keep watching it, and thank you, because if we see an influx, there may be an opportunity to grab some remote workers that can help. I know there's a couple out there I've talked to, let them get a little bit more settled. So when I look at retention, I think it's really important that we do what we can to help our folks. And I'll come back to that in a second. For 2023, 2024, this is where our focus is. We're gonna onboard that new firefighter, repairs to the building. Yes, I want a public safety building. I'm not going to stand up here and talk about that. Please help us repair what we have. I have a picture in a minute. Comprehensive mental wellness approach for all staff. Chief Ackerman mentioned this. I'm already working with someone that works with fire. We're now going to formalize that with police and staff to do some in-house trainings on a couple different topics, and then have the ability to go seek some sessions if they wish. Very excited about that. Fire's been doing it. Now we're going to formalize it for the whole town. We're going to build our fire engine, cost-effective, that works for our area, that we can have for a while. Very sensitive to the cost these days and what goes in them. It will be a simple engine, right, DC Bachelet, with not a lot of bells and whistles beyond what we need, so that we aren't having issues with replacing parts and things as we go forward in a new world. Exploring volunteer recruitment. I think there's great opportunities for recruitment for volunteers and future career staff here when we have a new building, and how we integrate training things into it, and how we can then train our firefighters. More to come once we're settled in that area. Retention of current staff for long-term careers in Duck. I want them to stay. I want all of them to stay back there because they bring a lot to town. They understand town. They're at these things. They know what town wants. And they're great employees and great firefighters. That's where you're going to see some focus. And also going into 23, 24, we're looking at a new, basically the log I was talking about. We're looking at some new software that's going to make community risk reduction. So Sandy's in the audience. She's going to be really happy, tie in some of the stuff she does. We're really going to look at a risk analysis. I even want to look at, okay, if we run 80 fire alarms a year, that's 80 of our calls. You know, what are the calls? What can we do differently? What education do we need to be doing? It's the next level we now should be looking at now that we have staffing in place. And you'll see a real focus from myself and the deputy chief going in the next couple of years. And so 2 things I'm going to leave you with. The public safety building, this is me taking a picture as the sun's coming down. That's the front of the building. That's what our locals see, what our visitors see. We've held off as long as we can. We need to at least secure ourselves and clean it up and get the holes done and replace some stuff. So you'll see that with the CIP, the request for funding for needed repairs and maintenance. And then this other thing is retention impacts recruitment. And Chief Ackerman hit the nail on the head. We have such a healthy work environment here between the community and council. It makes it very easy to work in the town of Duck. no matter what position you're in. And we want to, see that maintained. We maintain that through this mental wellness program, and I put down one more data entry because I had to get one more in. That's 856 entries at 901 hours of physical training that our firefighters are doing on shift to make sure they're staying ready to respond for you all. Second is professional development. We've retweaked ours. Again, it looks at how to progress within the town of Duck with not a lot of positions, but also how to move across by promoting continuous learning. That's pretty much in place now. And then I put it in orange, stay competitive with the region, and that's on you all and with Drew. But this is the first year I've gone to Drew feeling a little angst about that, and it's not you all, quite frankly, it's what everyone else is doing to challenge us. So I just appreciate you all having the conversation with Drew around that. And I will end my presentation with the last picture. This is last week when we were doing that, the agility test for our, you don't normally see this many public safety at a table, which is why I took the picture. I took a selfie, I left me out of it. We've got great staff here, between admin staff here and then public safety, and we work so well together because we are a little isolated from the rest of the county, and I'm really proud as a citizen. That was a really fun picture to take, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Chief, is the downward trend in the volunteers, is that a national thing? Or?
Absolutely, yes. Matter of fact, there's a group called National Volunteer Fire Council, and one of their leaders is coming March 12th. He wants to come to Duck, see what we're doing here, have the conversation. But again, it's on the U.S. Fire Administrator's radar because all of our agencies were pushing it. Same with career. I was just in Houston for a Metro Chiefs meeting, and they're down 500 firefighters in Houston.
Wow.
That's the town population, right? So it's a nationwide issue, even in the career world, and just what's expected. I will be honest with you, in fire, it's really hard to recruit and say, hey, come join this great thing when suicide's an issue and cancer prevention's an issue, and what we're expected to do in 2023.
I'd like to thank you for thinking about the retention and that you're working towards, trying to keep our firefighters here. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Good?
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good information.
Next on the agenda, we're going to have the capital improvement plan and financial update with Drew Havens and Jessica Barnes. Drew?
Thank the chiefs for not taking a lot of my time, because if you recall last year I went on a little bit, and I promise I'm not going to do that this year. So I'm going to go a little quickly through this. I won't talk too fast, but the council does have the capital improvement plan draft that was emailed to you, so you've got the entire document. It's going to kind of hit the high points. Betsy's calling up the presentation, which is a little large because there's a lot of graphics in it. While she's doing that, we'll kind of cover why we do capital improvement planning. It seems logical to say that we need to have a rational plan to spend big dollars. We don't want to get caught off guard by, all of a sudden we need to buy a fire truck. We want to be doing that and planning for that in advance. If we need to do buildings or other significant improvements, we want to plan ahead of time so we can, as best we can, level out the financial burden caused by either by debt or by direct purchase in capital. You got me going there, Betsy? I'll turn that off. Yep. No worries. So this slide just says why we do this. So it's all about coordination. The CIP does work in conjunction with your annual budget, follows your financial policies, and serves really just as a guide for the staff and for the council to give staff direction in terms of the capital needs and helping us prioritize those. Funding for the CIP comes from the general fund. We basically just have one fund that we operate with here. So from general fund, which is just current dollars. So it's dollars we're taking in through tax and other revenue, and then spending. Debt financing pays for some of our capital. So if we go out to the bond market, for instance, like we do for beach nourishment, or if it's installment finance for something as small as buying police cars. We also can use reserves from prior years, so you can appropriate fund balance in your annual budget to help pay for capital projects. You did that in this current fiscal year. We appropriated a little bit of money to do some improvements on Duck Trail. So these are kind of the arrows in that quiver as far as paying for your capital improvement plan. We try to lay out the CIP very logically by what we call elements. So we use 6 separate elements. I'm not going to read them to you, but it just helps divide things out so you understand where generally the money is being spent or planned to be spent. 31 projects in the CIP, and the CIP is a 5-year plan. It's $24.3 million. Roughly, you can see the biggest chunks of this are in that brownish, and that's public facilities, and environmental protection is the green. Environmental protection is where your beach nourishment's done. The public facilities contemplates the construction of a new public safety facility, and that's why that is as large as it is. The eligibility for getting into the capital improvement plan, because you have to have a threshold, we've set that at greater than $5,000 and a useful life of greater than 3 years. So we don't want to overburden ourselves with planning to buy a laptop computer that phases out in 3 years. So that's kind of the framework. I'm going to get into each of the elements and just stop me as I go through. I'm going to kind of breeze through some of these projects. Some of them you heard some detail on from Chris DeWitt this morning. Joe, in his presentation, will cover some others. So I'm going to kind of hit the high points, and then we can go back and answer more detailed questions if you have them. The first in environmental protection is the beach renourishment. So we're done with beach renourishment for the prior CIP, or we should have been done by now. That was the plan. So all that's in the CIP right now is debt service until we get 5 years down the road, and we're going to need to get back into a nourishment cycle. So that's built into the CIP, the next renourishment cycle. And this just shows you what we're paying for debt service for this round of beach nourishment, which, if you'll recall, prior debt service, it's about half of what we were paying before. This is what we call a continuous project, no year specific, for sand fencing and beach monitoring and beach planting. So we install sand fence to stabilize the dunes. That's done through contract. You just redid that contract with Emerald Forest not too long ago. We annually plant beach grass. A portion of that is contracted, and that's significantly augmented by a volunteer beach planting program that some of you have been involved with, and certainly we'll invite anyone in the community who wants to get out on the beach and spend an hour, hour and a half out planting grass. And you can use the help. And then also monitoring and surveying the beach dune profiles. And that just helps our contractor, CPE, Coastal Protection Engineering, monitor what the changes are. You'll hear more from Ken Wilson tomorrow from CPE about the status of our beach. Chris and JD did a really good job talking about neighborhood stormwater, so I'm not going to spend much time on this. This is the project that they talked about. We're in the second year. Next year, we'll be more trying to figure out how to pay for some of these some of the improvements. So that's built into the CIP. Shoreline stabilization, again, you heard from Chris this morning. I'm not going to cover that unless you have any questions, but that's programmed into the CIP for fiscal 24. I stood up here last year and said that's programmed into the CIP for fiscal 23. And then the CIP, the plan, meets reality, the budget, and this was one of those projects that we needed to push off a year. Skimming down into fire, want to continue to replace our SCBA self-contained breathing apparatus bottles. This is a program that Chief Black started last year with the funding that the council provided. These bottles have a life cycle of about 15 years, so we're going to be systematic in replacing them. We're going to be phasing out all of the bottles that these firefighters are wearing in this picture are The larger 45-minute bottles, the 30-minute bottles are much smaller, much lighter, which helps with firefighter fatigue, and also just allows them to move around in confined spaces a little bit better. So it's a continuous project. Likewise, the replacement of turnout gear, we program this. So the sets of gear that the firefighters wear, it's $5,000 per set of gear. So this is not cheap clothing. It does provide very essential thermal protection and particulate protection. Cancer prevention in the fire service is a big issue now. So being sure that we're providing the very best turnout gear we can to our firefighters to protect them is critical. The way we have things structured, Donna has it, so each career firefighter gets 2 sets of gear. So if they get one that's dirty or wet in a fire, they've got another set to go to. Support firefighters get 1 set. I think it's career and all the red tags. Anyone that will go into a burning building has 2 sets of gear issued to them. Also want to systematically keep replacing hose and hose appliances. That's the Ys and couplings and all that kind of stuff that they can make up hydrants and split hoses with, and nozzles and all that kind of stuff are the appliances. Start to see failure as these hoses get old, so we want to continue just to replace them. We want to, when a truck comes back off a call, have sufficient good hose to put back on the truck, so we can take the wet hose off, clean it, and let it dry while getting the truck repacked with dry hose so it maintains availability for service. So that, again, if you tag fire onto anything, and same with police, if you tag police onto anything, it gets more expensive. So you can see that reflected in some of the costs that you see here. So it's maybe $8,000 this coming year, $10,000 a year in future years, just to keep up with the replacement of this hose. And then the purchase and replacement of extrication equipment. We talked to you about this last year, and we began this, and we're going to continue. So the carry extrication equipment on the engines, we're transitioning to battery-operated equipment, moving away some from the hydraulics. Primarily, it saves room, saves weight, and it really saves time and deployment. Rather than trying to stretch out hydraulic hoses, they can just pick up a battery-operated tool and get to work. CAD and mobile data terminals, so you're very familiar with this from the police department, because that's been part of the CIP in the police for the past couple of years. Fire is now going to computer-aided dispatch. They'll be on the same system as the police department. We pay for the police software and that service. The fire departments will not have to pay for that. However, they'll have to pay for the equipment. So the computer itself, you can see, and then there's routers and other hardware antennas that go into supporting that. So we're responsible for buying that. We're going to put MDTs in the 2 engines, the ladder truck, and the 2 command vehicles over the course of this project. So the first year, we'll outfit all those vehicles with the infrastructure, with the modems, the antennas, router, critical point routers, yep. And then we'll put computers in 2 vehicles this year. That's the plan for this year, meaning fiscal 24. And then in fiscal 25, we'll buy out the rest of the MDTs, but the vehicles will be ready to accept those. And then the replacement of the command response vehicles, we had pushed these out a little bit. They actually were planned to be replaced in fiscal 27, or fiscal 25 rather. We were able to push that out to fiscal 27. And then, it shows there that when the deputy chief's vehicle was replaced. So the next one up for replacement is the chief's vehicle. And we'll only replace that if, kind of his maintenance costs and mileage and hours on the vehicle get to the point where it makes more sense to replace than to hold on to it. But that's currently, we've been able to push that out for 2 years. So that's now fiscal 27.
Drew, can I ask you a question?
Please.
What happened to the replacement of truck 11, which was a priority 2 years ago?
So,
See that in the 5-year plan.
yep, so since I've been here doing the CIP, we've had the engine has been in the CIP and not the truck. So the chief can talk to that.
Originally, truck 11, prior to Drew's arrival, was the one we thought we'd replace. We had such issue with engine 11, we wanted to flip them, and then cost is crazy. So I think we took it out of the 5-year projection for this year, because again, even if we, in 2 years, decided to, it's so messed up with supply chain right now. It is definitely, it should be beyond, I haven't looked at the document, it should be in beyond the 5-year. It should say truck 11 in it. It's not off the radar, but just not immediate. It's senseless. It's about $2 million. The time we looked at it.
So it's not listed. So next year's CIP, you will see that in the 5th year.
But I mean, we got 2-year delivery on fire trucks, and we're not showing it the next 5 years.
Right.
Are we talking replacement in 7 years for that ladder truck?
Quite possibly. The other thing we can look at is doing a refurb. I know we've talked about it a bit. We're going to look at those options. We want to get engine in, and then we'll immediately switch to what do we need to be doing with truck 11. Knock on wood, that's been a great vehicle for us.
So that is, it's in the plan, but it's not in the CIP because it's beyond this 5-year horizon when that purchase.
We were talking about looking at anticipating, and I mean, if it was 2 years ago, they're going to replace it, and now we're talking 2 plus 5 plus probably another 2. We're talking about 8 or 9 years to replace that truck. I mean, I'm just saying, should it not be in this plan?
We talked about it, and we're comfortable having it, and next year it'll show up in year 5.
And I don't know if that's something.
I mean, it just goes back to my point. If it was, we were looking to replace it a couple years ago, and now we're talking probably 8 to 10 years to replace it. Is it going to last that long? I mean, is it all going to pop up next year?
So it was interesting because, if I may offer this perspective, listening to Chief Ackerman, the fleet for both of us is always coming up, right? So I don't know, do we look at it in 5-year chunks, or do we have a constant fleet CIP budget that, goes to public safety? Because if you add up numbers, because I did it one day, when you look at when he has to replace his fleet and we replace an apparatus, it gets very close in cost. So is it that we always have a budget, you have a budget line there where you're putting it in? I don't know, that's a town manager question, instead of us hitting it with you every 7 years or every 20 years on an engine, so that it's just a constant fed fund for when the day comes, and maybe we could take advantage of what happened last year. My 2 cents as chief, is that an easier way to budget for it than us hitting you? You'll see it next year, and we got to start thinking about it, so.
I mean, my only point was we don't want surprises, and all of a sudden truck 11 is going to show up, and it's going to be a big chunk of money, and should we not be looking at that within this 5-year time frame? That's my only question.
So the current plan, and so plans are obviously subject to change, but the current plan is that next year you'll see this in the 5th year. That's the current plan.
So what's typically the useful life of a fire truck, fire engine?
So recommended is around 20 for an engine, 25 for a ladder,
Okay.
but that's wear and tear. If we
Right,
were in
right,
Houston,
right.
it's not going to, we are pretty lucky here. Actually, if anything, we need to drive them more. But that's probably the average. We don't want to get too far out of that, or we
Right.
have what happened. And engine, in fairness, engine 11 hit us a little quicker with a lot of issues. But I'd love to see 20 and 25 as our markers.
Okay.
Depending on what we can do and what's available.
Maybe we should just have like a side scale or something where we take a little longer look at, where trucks are in their useful life and all that. So as Mr. Mayor said, we don't get surprised with, because it's a big expenditure when it comes, so we just a little look ahead maybe would be helpful.
Yeah, we can certainly project beyond 5 years.
Yeah, you don't have to do it
council.
for everything, but
Yeah.
maybe just a little side thing on something big like that. I don't know.
On the new truck, we're getting a 24, supposedly. Engine, I'm sorry. Does that come equipped, do we have money in this budget to equip that truck when it gets here with hoses and everything? Or are we just taking everything off the old truck and putting it on?
Probably a little of both, but not where you're going to see it. So, we'll look at selling engine 11 once we get a little closer to delivery. We want that timing to be right. We'll move over as much as we can. Extrication is a perfect example. We're going to get new extrication for it because we did not plumb or spec this truck because that was more cost to put in what we would need to have the old tools. So that's an example. We will transfer as much as we can. We're not looking to go all new bells and whistles with everything on the engine. No.
So we're not looking at $55,000 for exhibition equipment?
So yes, we are, the extrication equipment will, that's something that goes on this truck.
Additional 55.
No, this is just part of the replacement, and so the replacement of the extrication equipment contemplated marrying up with the replacement of the engine, because they were able then to actually design into the new engine the fact that we don't need room for hydraulic compressors and all that, and hoses and stuff.
I'm just asking.
Yep.
Because I see a 55,000. It's going, that's for both trucks.
Correct. Yep. All right, we'll skip down to police. And so some projects here. We continue to look at trying to find ways to get a little more accurate information in terms of the vehicle counts coming through DUC. So this project would put in some new fixed radar-based detectors that actually are a little more discriminatory, in fact, in terms of being able to give you not only vehicle count, but vehicle classification along with speed. So you'd be able to tell, was it a passenger car or a big truck, that kind of thing. And they would mount on the same poles as the LPRs and use the same infrastructure that's already in place. Last year, we talked to you about a DUC road, so a video camera network, so similar to what DOT uses, and we heard this morning that DOT's got some issues with their cameras. The project that we looked at in this current fiscal year, we matched that up with a grant application. The grant application was not successful, so the project didn't get done. So it remains in the CIP for consideration in the budget for the coming year. So it has a lot of benefits to folks, especially if you want to look at what are the traffic conditions on Duck Road if you're trying to get out of here to run a couple of errands, especially on a weekend. So, and then obviously one of the things we mentioned here is have the ability then to live stream, so give you a downtown Duck view that you could actually put out on your website if you wanted to. The chief talked about vehicle replacement. So the program in this, we haven't really altered this much. So in fiscal 24, we have 4 vehicles up, fiscal 25, 2, and then in fiscal 26, 3 vehicles. The total cost per unit is $56,000, so that's the car and the build out. So the kind of the upfitting of these vehicles, that continues to get more expensive along with the cost of the vehicle itself. So that's, when we replace the car, we replace everything. We replace the radios, the cages, the push bumpers, the center consoles, the lights, the siren, all that kind of stuff gets replaced because that's aged out as well by the time the vehicles do. The chief mentioned the replacement of the mode data terminal, so I won't recover that, but that's also built into the CIP. And chief also talked about the radar speed sign, so we're getting in now to replacing the signs that we have. So I think he's programmed to replace 2 of them in the coming year. The next element is parks. We have only 2 projects here. One is, and we continue to look at this. This is another one that got pushed out of this year's budget. We'll have to look at that in the coming year. So the playground equipment we have over here was installed in 2007. It is still serviceable. We're starting to see some end-of-life issues. we just want to be sure that we replace it before it does get completely end of life. Still very usable, very safe. Kim Pittman does routine inspection of that. And we've had actually a consultant from the league come out and look at our playground facilities just to be sure that we're not missing anything in our inspections. Again, just trying to make that experience as safe as we can. So the plan is to work in 2024 to look at how we can replace the current equipment and look at potential ways to expand the kind of the footprint of that playground. It does in the summertime. I think if you come through here during the day in the summer, that's a pretty heavily used little spot of land. So it's certainly worth looking at expanding that, some of the offerings there. This is a new item in the CIP. So the irrigation system we have in place has been put in over the course of many years, not always by the same person. So it's been kind of piecemealed. It's aging. It doesn't work in some places as well as it needs to work. So we want to just go through a very planned and systematic replacement. Kim Pittman has looked into this. So it's over the course of 5 years to replace, spending about $10,000 a year and just getting very similar equipment and getting the coverage that we need. As noted here, the first year would be, part of the project would be to drill a new well. Really want to get a well that's deeper than the one we've got. The theory being that if you go a little bit deeper, the water's a little bit cleaner and less likely to put the rust that you see out on signs and sidewalks. And we do want to provide sufficient irrigation to the grounds here. Just, I mean, the park and what we have here is beautiful, and it's just the irrigation's necessary to keep it looking that way. Okay, public facilities. So the public safety building is obviously the biggest piece of this. This is a 40-year plus facility. You know the need for replacement. And so this slide and the next one we'll talk about repairs. Leads me to say I'll be sending out to council some dates and times. And if you could just let me know when you're free, if you would like to get a tour of the current facility with the chiefs. You know what the facility is, you've been in it, you know kind of what it looks like, but more of a kind of the maintenance eye tour, if you will. So let them show you some of the issues that they're facing. I think that will be important as we make budgetary decisions. So I'll be getting that out to you shortly. We are right now in the process of selecting an architectural firm. We did an RFQ, request for qualifications. Very surprised that we had 7 very qualified architectural firms that responded. Had a committee, we screened that down to 3. Those firms will be coming in on Tuesday for interviews. So at that point, we should be able to come back to council with a recommendation for a firm to do the design work for our facility. We are still awaiting final approval from the Corps of Engineers. One of the biggest issues right now we have with design is we don't know what site to design the building for. They're getting close to making a decision. There's a new chief at the FRF that I'm going to be meeting with her very shortly. She wants to get this pushed along. I've been talking to someone a little higher up the chain in the real estate division of the Corps. He too wants this off of his desk. So they've had some conversations higher up the chain of command. They're not, the real estate folks, local or regionally, are not able to make decisions on long-term lease. When they initially had conversations with me, they were talking lease terms, a long-term lease being 10 years, and I told them that that wasn't acceptable. That we need to start, talking at 50. When you have a 40-year asset, you can't have a 10-year lease. So we're working on that. I hope to have some good news for the council on that shortly. But we're going to continue to work towards having a design ready when we get the site nailed down. And then repairs, as the chief mentioned, she had a picture in her presentation. And thank you, Chief, for not having all the pictures you could have shown of what we're dealing with at the public safety building. Fiscal year 24, looking at 160,000. Some of that is, as it says here, siding and painting, and some of that is there's some issues with the parking lot needs to get resurfaced, and the base of some of that parking needs to get repaired as well. And then you can see the out years. So we're looking forward to not having to continue to spend this kind of money to maintain a facility. I think it's important that we do, and I think if you can get out there and look at the condition of the building now, and I see the investment. It is an investment in an asset, but it's also an investment in the people. We do have people that's their house for 24 hours at a shot. So we just need to be sure that the environment that we're asking them to live in and work in is safe and as homey as it can be. So Kim Pittman has looked into this, and we've done some work on the maintenance shop. You can see on the right what the front of that right-hand building. You never used to be able to see that because the dumpster was kind of in front of it, and had one garage space, but it was an open building really, and then there was an open storage area in the back. Now all of that is roofed and enclosed, so he's got a lot more storage that's out of the weather, because we were storing stuff in the weather that really should have been inside. So that was a project that we completed using some of the funds that would have carried over. If you recall, that's one of those projects that we came to you last spring and said, hey, we've got some money now, can we do this project? So that's what that looks like. That was done with our own forces. So Kim did all that work, had one part-time person help, and then we had a volunteer laborer come over and help with the cedar siding on the front of that. The idea of this particular project is to the left of that garage building to add on an additional 10 by 15 space for an ADA compliant restroom and a wash area. For maintenance personnel, we'll require a small septic system there, and all that, based on the research that Kim has done, can be done with very minimal disturbance of the current trees that are there. So something, we'll look at that as an option, and there are other options that we'll look at as well, but this is something we need to have on the radar. One of the priorities of the council is to figure out a way to get more restroom facilities on the site, and it really would be good for him to be able to wash his hands when he's over there in that facility as well.
While we're just talking about this, is this, just so I am clear, the space that would be the 10 by 15 foot would house 2 restrooms, or what would be
So a single, it would be a this initial proposal is for a single restroom.
And
then a wash area for
right,
for
I mean,
staff.
some plumbing and some
Right.
running water. So the 200,000 is for what you're talking about?
Correct. And
That seems like a lot, I'm just saying.
I think there are, and not shown here are other options that we're going to explore to maybe make even that a little more enhanced than this.
And anybody would be able to use it,
Yes.
just so I'm clear?
Yes.
Because it says public. Okay, great, thank you.
Monica, what did you say that price was?
Well, it says 200 up here.
So I'm looking at the paperwork we got, it's 25,000.
I think that slide's wrong. That's from last year. Yeah. Didn't catch that. Thank you.
That just seemed like a lot.
I'm looking at mine, it's 25.
Yep.
There was some
Yeah,
talk in
it's 25. So that was, last year it was a 200,000 to do a new building over there, and I just didn't correct that
Got
slide.
it. I
My
just
bad.
thought that seemed.
Yeah. So
Especially if he's doing a lot of the work himself.
Yeah, if we go back here, it shows 25.
Got
So
it.
the, all the funding that's shown in the CIP is based on 25, not 200. So that slide, I just didn't catch that.
So generally, Drew, this is a maintenance restroom. This is not to be confused with potentially additional public restrooms.
So this is
for
a
the park,
public,
right?
so this would be a public ADA compliant restroom.
But it doesn't really replace the conversation we had during our strategy session about restrooms in the park.
It works towards getting restrooms in the park.
Well,
And I think there, as I said, there are other options that we're going to continue to explore.
okay.
Yeah, so no,
I mean, I look at this as being one for maintenance and perhaps people are parking over there, but not as a substitute for the conversation we had about concerts and jazz festival and,
Right.
and that type of thing, amphitheater. And,
right. No, this doesn't check that box or cross that thing off the list, right? And then this is the boardwalk extension. So this is something we talked about last year as well, and it did get pushed out a year. So it will extend the boardwalk from its current northern terminus, which is around Blue Point, and then we'll connect that to the boardwalk being constructed as a part of the Resort Realty redevelopment.
Drew, what is the second year of 900?
Construction.
988.
That was the construction numbers that we've been working with. So it's a 100,000 design permit in fiscal '24, and then the balance of that to construct.
So I'm reading what the description is here. I thought we took that observation tower out and everything. And that was also,
Now, that's still being considered.
And this is all predicated on the Resort Realty project happening in the same time frame.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the cost is predicated, absolutely, yes. Yep. Right. So what Joe is saying, we could do it without that. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It makes more sense to do it, you know, yeah. Yeah. And then this is another project that we had in last year's CIP and budget, and we pushed it out. The surveillance system, if you will, the video security system we have on this campus is old, it's somewhat unreliable. Could I say that accurately? So I know that we've had some instances when we've needed to provide footage to law enforcement and the system, for whatever reason, didn't capture it. So we're looking to replace that. This was a number that was generated last year and it was updated this year. There may be some other options that may not be quite so costly, but we need to look at the benefits of the system versus the cost. So this may change a little bit before we get into the budget. But it's important. We just don't have full coverage of the campus. It's mainly, it is largely for safety, for law enforcement use, and for the security of the buildings. This is a new project that we've put in the CIP this year. So the big belly trash compactors that you see around are aging. They have an estimated lifespan of about 8 to 10 years, and they're at that when they were originally deployed in 2014. So we have 5 pair of them deployed. We'd like to replace 2 pair this year, 3 pair in the following year, mainly to spread some of those costs out. The costs are, so about $8,600 for each double unit. So that's a trash compactor and the recycling, and then they customize the wrap on those. And the new units actually don't require someone to pull a handle anymore. So there's a foot pedal that you can push to open the compactor up, so people aren't having to touch. That's kind of a response to COVID and not wanting people to have to touch things.
Would these that are on the boardwalk, or they all around the park?
So there is one there, one outside, one on the platform down here, so to the left. So if you go out the amphitheater entrance to the boardwalk and make a left, there's a set there. There's a set over here, and that's 4. Where's number 5? Thank you. 4 Seasons. It's number 5.
Would that eliminate some of the collection times that we pay for the trash collection on the boardwalk?
No, so we wouldn't be increasing or decreasing the number of compactors in use. So it's just replacing what's already in place because they're aging out, and we're having maintenance issues with them. So streets element. So duck trail repaving, this is something that we're going to continue to do. Don't believe I'm looking at Joe, we've not identified the section for this coming year, but we will be doing that prior to budget to know where that 125 to 145 will go. But that's something that you'll see that's in the CIP every year. We want to continue to maintain that facility. And obviously, we're still talking about transitioning from asphalt to a combination of traditional and permeable concrete, depending on what section we're dealing with. Stormwater management on NC12, this has been in your CIP. We're going to do it, by golly. So this is still trying to take care of portions of the trail in NC12 that are subject to frequent flooding. What will be coming this year is around Wiatt and the Methodist Church to try to get some of the flooding taken care of there. I'm not going to talk about this. Chris DeWitt laid out the timeline for the NC12 elevation project. Retaining wall replacement, we're trying to systematically replace the retaining walls in town. So in the coming year, we're looking at about $25,000, and that we may need to adjust that depending on how pricing comes in. The project contemplated in fiscal '24 is just north of Plover Drive is a retaining wall that needs to be replaced. And then there's small sections of wall that are adjacent to the core property. We'll just remove and regrade there. Really don't need to have retaining walls in those locations, so we'll just remove and grade there. This is a project actually that, thank you, Joe, and your team for being on top of getting a grant from the Visitors Bureau. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for helping us secure this grant. So this is Ocean Crest. South of the village. This is the last really piece of duck trail in the village area. That's that 4-foot section. It goes kind of up this hill, has a little bit of a curve in it. Not the safest place to ask people to ride. It's worked, but it's time to replace it. We have this opportunity using some grant funding to it'll be more level, and it'll be our standard 8-foot trail section. And then we talked to you about, and you've actually had in your strategic goals, talking about trying to get the west side duck trail done. We did apply for a grant for a feasibility study to look at the west side trail between Aqua and the town line. Unfortunately, we were not awarded that grant. The biggest driver of that is that the grants were primarily focused on underserved and poorer communities than duck. So because of the demographic here, we did not compete well. That does not mean we won't continue to seek grant funding. But we're looking at right around $200,000, and that doesn't put trail in place. That's everything from how feasible is it, and then getting through permitting and design to be able to then be ready to go out for construction. So we'll be talking with you some more about some opportunities and what we need to do in order to keep this project moving along. but that's how it's programmed right now in the CIP, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to you about ways to advance that, because we heard you all and that it is a priority of yours. And then, so the Duck Village pedestrian enhancements, this follows the work that was done by VHB and NCDOT when they came to town in the summer of 2021. They presented you a report with a bunch of findings. This is to install some high visibility markings and tubular markers at Scarborough Lane Shops crossing and the Christopher Drive crossing to make those crossings a little safer for pedestrians. It also contemplates the relocation of the crosswalk at Wiatt. So that's, you'll have to rewind your memories back a couple of years. That's when Lauren Blackburn came here and talked to you about that. And we'll be having more conversations about that as we get into the budget process. But again, that's kind of following the direction that we got coming out of that study and the direction from council.
And can you remind me, the tubular markers, or is that when you've got the vertical one with the lights? Is that what we're talking about?
So it's not the bollards that you see at the end of the,
No,
so
but
these are about that high.
Oh, okay.
And about that big around. And they're actually, they're mounted into the street in such a way that you can drive over them. Now you can't. Chief Black can drive over them.
Right.
And that's so we don't want to obstruct, because public safety does use that turn lane at times.
In the turn lane.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So it'll be, yeah, it's not the whole width. It's just, it's in that center turn lane mainly to create what the traffic engineers call a refuge. So it's a pedestrian refuge area.
Yeah, and not as stationary as what we have at Aqua and
Correct.
Sunset, but
Correct, just
something visual.
more visual
We
to.
had those once before, as I recall, but I don't know if they got annihilated or something, or we maybe tried a pilot program. But anyway, thank you for clarifying that.
And we are going to, it's actually, I got a sticky note to follow up with the chief. We're going to buy a couple of them and mount them in the parking lot before we do any resurfacing at the public safety building, and then drive over them, just to be sure that they work appropriately. And you're driving over them slowly to see how they react under a vehicle. So we don't want to damage our trucks.
Exactly. We don't need to accelerate the CIP just for those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we use engine 11.
Good.
The one that's going away. And then, so that's really kind of the end of the CIP. Again, 31 projects, $24.3 million. You have this table in front of you in your packet, and you have it in the CIP that you got mailed. Shows you how the years lay out and how the dollars lay out. This graph just shows the funding sources. So a lot, the lion's share of that is kind of what we call current funds. But then we have some debt, and then the grants. The biggest chunk of that grant is the BRIC project. Mm-hmm. This is the 23-24 summary. So this represents about a quarter of the 5-year CIP, just under a quarter of it, and it's about $5.5 million. Again, the biggest chunk of this is the BRIC project. And 23-24 funding sources, grant funding, again, BRIC. But we're still looking at about $2 million in local funding. So that's stuff that we have to program in as we budget. And again, it is a plan, so we'll be working with you to decide which projects, if any, we'll need to defer. Just going to go through these real quick. Am I out of time yet, Jessica?
No,
we're good? Okay. All right, well, she still has her part, too.
Just a question, Drew. When you laid out the 5-year expenditures and commitments, in 2028, the environmental protection, is that beach nourishment
Yes,
again?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And we put this into the CIP, these graphs that I'm going to show you here, just kind of show you the long-term financial impact of your capital improvement plan, particularly when we talk about issuing debt. This graph just shows the total debt load at the beginning of the year. So the total debt load is just how much money do we owe. If we had to pay everything on that day, how much would we need to pay? And then the black line just represents what our debt service payments are. The spike in fiscal '24 is contemplating repaying the FEMA debt. So that's we took out that Series B special obligation bond for beach nourishment. FEMA's going to pay us to pay that, but we still show that as debt service. We have, by policy, we say that we're not going to issue more than 1% net debt, 1% of our total assessed valuation. For reference, for those that maybe weren't around when we were doing these policies, the Local Government Commission says the benchmark there is 8%. So a town or city can obligate itself to debt up to 8% of its total assessed value. So for us, that's just under $150 million worth of debt that we could issue. We're not even close to that 8%. The council has set a much more conservative and reasonable figure of 1%. And as you can see here, we don't even get to 0.6%. So we're still maintaining a very low debt load and debt profile. We also have a metric that we look at is our debt service as the percentage of our total expenditures. So how much money are we having to set aside at the beginning of every year just to pay for the loans that we have outstanding? Our goal is to have no more than 20% paying debt service. You can see right now so fiscal '23, around 8%. Again, fiscal '24 is that anomaly because that's repaying that FEMA loan. But then even adding in debt service for the public safety building, you can see that we don't really cross, other than fiscal '26, which would be the outset of that project, we don't cross that even at 10%. So not even half of what the metric threshold is. And we also look at, and this is something that bond rating agencies also look at. They look at, that debt service as a percent of expenditures, and they see that 15 to 20 they see as being high. We're not rated, so we're not a rated town. We don't have a bond rating. They also look at 10-year payout. We have a threshold. We want to be sure that we're retiring all of our debt, or at least 55% of our debt is going to retire within 10 years of when it's issued. So, and that's the total debt package. What this shows you is that we're not going to even come close to exceeding that. And really what that says is that financially and from a debt profile, in the long term, we're not backloading and we're not front loading debt. So we're not encumbering the community with more debt than it will be able to repay in a reasonable amount of time. So that's the reason we look at that metric as well.
Drew, what was your assumption on the public safety building? How many years? 20, 30?
I don't think it can go more than 20, can you?
I'm trying to, I think it was 20 years, and the number we're using is 8.8. Were there any other questions on the CIP? Because I told Jessica that I would sit down and let her do this so I don't ramble on when we talk about finances. Any other questions on the CIP?
Not at this time.
Not for now.
You reserve the right to recall the witness.
All right, so I'm going to give you guys a more in-depth finance update than I get to at the monthly meetings. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in with our year-end estimates for fiscal year '23. As you can tell, there's quite a big difference between the adopted budget and what we're estimating to end at this year. That's in large part to the brick project being pushed back another year. We are estimating that the revenue will be in excess of expenditures by $919,000. So that is great. So with our year-end revenue estimates, we are conservatively estimating that sales tax is going to be higher than budgeted. I say conservatively because we probably could estimate higher than what we are, and I'll show you that on the next slide. Transfer tax, the real estate transfer tax, we are expecting that to be lower than budgeted. And then occupancy tax higher, as well as investment income. Our interest rates have continued to rise this past year, and I think we only budgeted 1,000 for the whole year. So we're going to be a lot higher there. Grants are obviously going to be lower because of the brick project being pushed another year, and we are likely to receive about 88% of our budget in revenue. If you were to back out the brick project grant funds, we'll be at 105%. This is just another view of the budget versus our revenue estimates. It's pretty interesting. It shows, so sales tax, we're estimating to receive 100,000 over our budgeted amount. Like I said, that's conservative. It will most likely be more than that. Our sales tax has been really strong. We'll be lower on our real estate transfer tax, like I said, probably about 75,000. Occupancy tax, we're going to be higher, about 150,000. And then for investment earnings in sales of assets, that is, the majority of that is our investment earnings. We're estimating to be around 344,000 over our budgeted amount. For fund balance appropriated, if you'll remember, we budgeted to appropriate 120,000 for the duck trail improvements. With our revenue estimates, we're not expecting to have to use that to dip into the fund balance for that. And then also the other 103,000 was for expenditures that we brought over from fiscal year 22. And just to go back, other revenue that would include like our sponsorship revenues, merchandise, the Memory Lane brick project that came up this year as well. So here we have, sorry, I went ahead of myself. So this is important to keep in mind as we look at our tax rates. This compares 2020 and 2021 to our current tax rate for 2022, 22 cents. So our shared revenue includes our sales tax, occupancy tax, and land transfer tax. As our tax rates adjust, our share of the levy will also adjust. And in 2022, our proportionate share increased to 4.41%. So split up between all the towns in the county. This also shows, like I said, the comparison of previous years. If you'll notice, because of the change going up to 4.41%, we're more in line with where we were in 2019. So we decreased the past 2 years, and then this year we went up about 0.25%. This just shows the different tax rates throughout the county. Happy to report we are still at 22 cents, and we are the lowest in the county. For sales tax revenue, this just shows with the prior 4 years, the comparison. Sales taxes continue to be strong. Like I said, we are currently 12.1% over last year's year-to-date. Here we have, so this is the total county occupancy and meals revenue. This is not the occupancy tax, but the actual dollars spent in Dare County as a whole for occupancy and meals. And this just compares back to 2019, where we've been in 2022. And then here we have the occupancy tax revenue countywide. So this also compares all the way back to 2019. Countywide, we are 5.8% over last year's year-to-date. And then this is kind of interesting. So this shows the occupancy and meals revenue. The blue is the county totals, and then the green is DUC's portion. So the amount of dollars that is spent in DUC. And this compares back to 2018. And then going on the other side for the expenditure estimates for year end, department expenses are tracking within budget. Obviously, the streets and highways is going to be quite lower than budgeted due to the brick project being pushed out to 2024. And then here we have the unassigned fund balance kind of progression. So I know one of your strategic goals is to continuously grow the fund balance. Like I stated in the beginning, we are expected to grow our fund balance by $919,000 this year because of our excess of revenues that we're projecting. We ended the last audited fiscal year 22 with $7.4 million in our unassigned fund balance, and we're expected to grow up to $8.3 million. So this obviously just shows over the years that you've been meeting your goal to continuously grow that.
So that's about the 70-something% of our budget, yes?
So next slide, I'm going to show that. So our 75% target. So we ended fiscal year 22 at 81.8%, so just north of that. And we are projecting to end fiscal year 23 at 83.4%. So that's good news. And by having that, that kind of gives us that ability to last year where we could dip into the fund balance and buy that fire truck instead of financing it and saving those tax dollars from interest.
What was our total debt outstanding? Just out of curiosity.
And then here we have our beach nourishment fund. So the revenues come from our MSD taxes that go directly in there, the proportionate share of our sales tax, and then the county contribution as well. And then our expenditures are obviously debt service and then the professional services for that. So this shows just how the Beach Nourishment Fund has grown and is projected to grow through the next 4 years. As we get to the next beach nourishment project, we could fund, write a check for a portion of that instead of financing the entire project, saving, issuance costs and interest as well. And then I also just want to point out to keep in mind as you're looking at the tax rates, the MSD rate affects the levy and our proportionate share of the shared revenue taxes in the county. And then I'm just going to end with a reminder of our budget calendar. So we are getting our preliminary revenue projections together. Budget requests are due from department heads here soon. We're going to be having those discussions. We'll come to you in April with just kind of a preliminary budget. It will not be balanced yet, but we will work through that at that meeting. The next day we'll get the public hearing notice published. We'll have the public hearing, and then hopefully all goes well. We will adopt the fiscal year 24 budget on June 7th. And does anyone have any questions for me? Or Drew?
Is your presentation part of Drew's?
Yes, it's towards the end.
Great.
Yep.
So in effect, our unassigned fund balance exceeds the total amount of debt we have outstanding? Correct. Which is a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you take out the FEMA debt, it really does, because
Right.
That's basically a wash for, we're holding debt, but we're also holding a promise to pay.
Right.
I found your numbers about MSD and the little bit you touched on that quite interesting. I'd like to delve into that more when we have a chance. I don't know if that'll come up during budget, but, and we still have to get through, paying for the nourishment that we're about to incur. So we've kind of got to think about that, but just that idea of continuing the MSDs and how that affects our, total levy and in conjunction with where we sit with the other towns. It's all tied together. So I think it's always good to talk about that every year because it's kind of intricate and it helps us all understand it and make some decisions about it.
Yep. Definitely. All right.
But we don't have to get into that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. We're now going to recess to 3:05.
Little kids.
Car warranty's going to expire.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sam.
The retreat is now out of recess. Our next item is going to be Department Update, Community Development. Joe Hurd.
Thank you, Mayor Keatson, members of council. Start off with our first slide. In this case, we don't have quite as many people, so we're actually able to post the names of everybody. I'd like to say that they're in decreasing order of importance on that slide. And while there might be an element of truth to that, that would be unfair to Kim Pittman, and I wouldn't want Sandy's head to get too big either. Although she has done an incredible amount of work in my absence. And we, as I've stated before, we greatly appreciate her willingness, as well as the rest of the staff, to step up and really take on additional duties. They've shown me that we've had the good fortune and foresight to hire some really good people who are capable of doing that in my absence. So if you said you at the clicker. So our department's a little different than the others in that most everything we do is based on plans. So we can go through these quickly. Recently, those would include things like the vulnerability assessment, hazard mitigation plan, Cameron land use plan, comprehensive plan, and in our 2032 vision and strategic planning efforts that you've recently engaged in. So we take these things, and with this, you're developing a set of goals, and we look at those and we say, okay, how do we implement those? And there are aspects of it that don't relate to our department, but a lot of them do. And so that is the basis for everything we do, are those planning efforts that have come before. So I'm gonna, because I speak slowly and not as clearly, I'm gonna turn it over to some of that competent stuff that I talked about earlier, and I'm gonna let Sandy Cross and Jim Gould conduct the majority of the presentation, and that talks about how we take those plans and we implement them to do great things for the town.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're trying to figure out, we have a slight glitch on our setup and we're not seeing our notes. So just give me 1 second. Close it out? All that planning. It's the one that's highlighted right now. Drew, don't hold this against our time, please.
It's at 11 o'clock after.
Well, without the presentation, I'm a little disadvantaged. I don't do any of that stuff. All right, now we need to get it to a presentation mode. Okay, I'm not touching it.
I will say that we're without Melissa Feldhausen today. She's at home. She's working from home, but because of that, she's not going to be able to present easily, at least for today's presentation. So she was part of this.
And Steve's in class. So. All right, so one of the things Joe asked us to do is go through some of the strategic planning, the vision, the Camelonians plan items that you have discussed in recent meetings. And one of those vision items was to aggressively maintain and improve current facilities to enhance the duck experience. Last year, we added a small shed addition to the east side of our stockade. Drew touched on this, so some of this is going to be redundant. I'm going to try and blow through it pretty quickly. We have since enclosed that, relocated the dumpsters, and then something that he didn't touch on was the fact that when our admin offices were constructed, there was no exit from the second floor, which is somewhat of a concern for public safety, the town manager, and others in the building. So that is currently under construction. You may have seen the pilings that are in the ground now, and Kim Pittman is, as you can see in that picture, actively trying to get those steps constructed. One of the other things is we'll be doing the gradual replacement and mapping of our irrigation system, which Drew touched on as well. Public parking and restrooms. Community development staff will seek and evaluate potential opportunities for additional public parking and restroom facilities, as Drew also mentioned. Park maintenance, that's going to be a continued priority. Some of the items that we have discussed with our current landscaper is the installation of more perennials, adding native wildflowers and bulbs, something that's going to be a little bit more sustainable than having to change out flowers in the spring and the fall. That's still going to happen, but if we can reduce that effort, it'll make things a little easier. Trail and village landscaping, landscaping maintenance along the trail and our town signs and throughout the village will continue to be a priority. We will also be adding some low-level lighting to the southern town sign, and I couldn't resist the picture with the deer crossing. That's also where we have the raccoon crossing, by the way. Our boardwalk is one of many notable attractions to Duck. With the first phase of 3 originally constructed in 2008, we have seen our share of damage and repairs from storms, but now we're also seeing normal aging that requires maintenance and repairs. We want our attraction to be a safe place for people to visit, but in recent years, you've probably seen stuff like this happening, and that I've got a lot more pictures than just this. So you'll notice in some areas that we're seeing deck replacements in pieces and parts. So that's going to continue so that we can maintain this amenity. Drew mentioned the playground equipment, which is going to be replaced under the CIP. Something that recently came up was we were approached by a Boy Scout by the name of Billy Berryman, and he was looking for an Eagle Scout project. Christian Legner and I got a hold of him, and we're like, we've actually had this fantastic idea of a nature at play area, which would be another playground area. So through the park staff committee, we went back and forth through several locations and finally came up with an area in the center of the park that's an underutilized area. And so Billy and his scouts have started to clear this area so that you can see just the raw look of it. It used to be full of little skinny trees. And then what will happen is this area will be transformed into a play area using other raw materials that may come from logs like this, which we have secured, not all of those, but some of those. And they'll end up looking like something like this with balance beams and acoustic features will probably include, there might be a little climbing rope area and potentially a slide, a bamboo teepee, so on and so forth. Oh, and a rock or sand play area. These are all things that we found in the state nature at play guides. Another vision item that was talked about was improving trash pickup in Duck to minimize the amount of time that trash cans are on the street and to eliminate overflow. Waste Management has done a tremendous job improving their service this year with their new district manager and their new team. But we're going to continue to beat the drum by meeting with them on a regular basis. We meet with them currently bi-weekly or bi-monthly. And we're going to emphasize clear and timely communication so we can adequately convey issues with our stakeholders. We also notify owners when we have issues like this. Sometimes it's a lack of number of trash cans. Sometimes it's the missed collection. So if we need to determine those issues so we can adequately deal with them. Second part of that is trash rollout and rollback. Repetitive education is going to be our motto with the help of Betsy and Kay. In a perfect world, we have residents rolling their cans in and rolling them back, right before and right after. That doesn't always happen, so you can expect that there will be some enforcement actions happening. We also realize that there's some code language that's pretty ambiguous, so we're working on that, and that should come back to you in the very near future.
Hey, Sandy, just a question while we're on this. The slide with the truck and the trash that was overflowing from the cans. Yeah. So what happens when that's like that? Does Waste Management pick that up even though they don't have to, or?
Well, I will tell you, in that situation, they did. We were on the horn with the rental property management companies. We went out there, we assisted, Waste Management assisted. They dumped what they had in cans, and then we refilled cans. So it's a collaborative effort when something like this happens, but there's typically a bigger problem. Was trash missed, and that's why it's overflowing? Or is this house just, does it just have too much trash for that number of cans? And if that's the case, there's an easy solution. Buy another can.
Okay.
Or buy another 2 cans.
Right.
They're the things that we need.
So we do communicate with the resident or the property manager or whatever that this is happening. Okay.
Sometimes it falls on deaf ears, though. You know, I dealt with a house in Ocean Crest where they kept putting the can out on Thursday for even Wednesday for a Friday collection.
Yeah.
And then, then they're putting it back out on Saturday for a Monday collection, and the people in Ocean Crest are up in arms like, this is not, well, I communicate with the owners. I communicate with the rental property management company. Still didn't get any results.
Yeah.
So that's where the violation notices are going to come into play.
And are we going to start using those violation notices? Because, I mean, what happens up by us is you'll have a rental property that the people know they're told what the days are, and they just skip the first one, and then the second time they put it out, it's 3 days early, and there's way too much junk.
I'm going to tell you that it's a challenging process.
Oh, I'm sure it
Because I
is.
can't just go out and pick on one property in a community.
No, it's going to be town-wide challenge, absolutely.
Sandy, if you do send a violation out like that, how long does it take if you give them for their first response, if they do it again? How long can this go on before you finally find them?
I've been here 20 years. And I can tell you that we've never fined anybody.
Okay.
I can tell you that the letters are typically have an effect. However, if you want to change repetitive behavior, you need to have repetitive messages. So if I send a message out to 6 owners in Tuckahoe, I might get a good response from them for about a month. That same activity, that same less than ideal activity is going to reoccur. So that's why I say repetitive education. Repetitive education, and I will repeat that over and over and over again. And we're going to have to use social media. We're going to have to use the property management companies. We're going to have to use you, our residents, to say, these are the problems.
Are you finding the homeowners associations are pushing all this off on the town staff versus using their management companies?
I think that a lot of these problems, we're in a tourist community, so trying to teach proper behavior with a new group of people every week is always going to be difficult. We're going to run over. I'm sorry. There are many communities in Duck that use a rollback service, and it's effective. And you can ride down their street and you can say, man, this street looks nice. This is a street I'd like to live on. Or you can drive down other communities that don't use a rollback service, that have a very, very low homeowner association fee, and you have trash cans all over the place all the time. Understand, if we're asked to enforce townwide, you are going to be looking at another employee. It's just that simple, because it's not an easy solution. So do I think that the homeowners associations are pushing this off on the town? No, but I think that there is a solution that they can implement within their community if it's a major concern of theirs. Did I answer your question?
Yes and no.
Any other questions before I move on?
Well, not really a question, but a statement, and that is, and why have an ordinance if we're not going to enforce it?
It's got a $50 fine.
And if people are violating it, continue to violate, then there's a penalty. And, you know, in most cases, it's probably not the non-resident homeowner who's renting his home. It's just the changeover of rental. You know, most residents live by the ordinances, but we have an ordinance, let's enforce it.
Jim and I just came back from a conference of code enforcement officers, and we talked to a woman that works in code enforcement in Charlotte. And she's like, you know, I'm given tasks, and I have a choice between going out and enforcing on a farm that's raising pigs, which is not legal, or have the option to go out and tag trash cans and get 100 citations issued and resolved. Get away those, you know, what can you accomplish? Now, we can research how other people are doing things. Like, there might be, Drew probably knows, in Apex, they probably handled trash issues differently. Like, if you are not recycling properly, you get tagged, you don't get collected, you may even get fined.
And I think, so we will be following the council's guidance, being more aggressive in enforcing all of our ordinances, including this one. So we'll figure it out. It may not look like some people envision, you know, with a trash cop patrolling the street, but we will be enforcing. We will be sending notices of violation. And with the proper warning, you know, you want to do soft touch first, education. When someone repeats it, we're going to fine them because that's what it says in the ordinance. And you know, I'll look at Sandy. If I have to be the one to send the fine letters, I'll do that because we keep hearing this issue, and I've only been here 2 years, but it's constant, and it's, to Sandy's point, it's in a select few neighborhoods that are the kind of the more frequent offenders in relation to this ordinance. So, and it is not the people that live here year round. It's primarily the rental properties. So, you know, I'm sure the property management companies will, you know, when property owners start getting fined, the property rental companies will probably get some very unpleasant phone calls from property owners. Why am I being fined? You know, that kind of stuff. So we're going to do our job. We're going to enforce the laws that are on the books. As Sandy mentioned, we're going to bring some changes in the law to you. Nothing major, but there's some ambiguity that we need to clean up to make it even more enforceable, and then we'll do that. So, yeah, we're not going to say, yeah, we're not going to enforce it. We will. And I promise you, it's not going to cure the problem overnight. I guarantee you.
I think another part of that too, and I applaud all the efforts because it's not easy. Sorry, battery's on. Oh, maybe the battery's on. Well, I'll just say loudly that education is another component of that, and I know as a property manager myself, I have ways to do it, and I've been talking a little bit with Kay about, you know, making ways to push messaging out, making it, you know, just getting it out there in tentacles, any which way you can get the message out. If they hear it 5 times while they're here that week, great, you know, we've saturated them with information about the trash day. So, you know, just continuing improving on the technology and ways to get the education out for that very short attention span, very short visitor that we cater to around here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely have the technology now to make sure that messages are getting out to renters.
Yeah, because it's an aesthetic problem, but it's also a public health issue,
Absolutely.
you know.
Drew touched on big belly replacement, so I'm not going to spend much time on that. These are what they look like now. Moving forward, these are potentially what you're going to be seeing in the future. You'll notice Drew mentioned that you can open them without touching them. So there's the foot pedals down at the bottom. Something that will be different on the new ones is we currently have the opening on the recycle side. We will have a hopper end on the new ones so that nothing can get in there. And so people don't put pizza boxes in there. And then we may have some message boards on the sides of the big bellies, which will allow us to have interchangeable messaging. So, you know, the events in the summertime, we may have different things in the fall and the jazz festival, stuff like that.
Yep. Hi, as mentioned previously through the VHB presentation, we are in the process of getting our BRIC grant awarded and the road raised there on NC-12.
Another vision item was promote and enhance duck road, duck trail, and pedestrian experience. The comprehensive pedestrian plan that's already in place speaks to that and is consistent with that vision statement. So I just wanted to touch quickly on duck trail improvements. Last year we did oyster catcher to blue herons improvements, and I'd like to note that that area used to flood all the time. It would have standing water for days. I have not seen any standing water in this area, so kudos to our engineer and the Fred Smith, I believe, did that. The next phase is from waxwing, or from blue heron to waxwing. We have been delayed slightly because of some easement issues, but that has been put out to bid, and the bid opening is tomorrow. So everybody cross your fingers that we get 3 bids, because if we have to rebid, it might get pushed back. Last thing Drew mentioned, the Ocean Crest grant that we got. This is what Ocean Crest currently looks like from a linear perspective. And then he showed some pictures of what the trail looks like. I wanted you to see it from a different angle. So if you look at the picture on the right, it slopes up pretty substantially. It also drops off pretty substantially. Several years ago, we had them put in the cattle rail because it was a safety issue. And this is an area that that has been managed by Ocean Crest. They have agreed to allow us to manage it going forward. And from a linear perspective, we're going to be dropping that grade down, installing a bulkhead, making an 8-foot wide path, and connecting it to the north side of Charles Jenkins. Owners have agreed that they're going to work with us for easements, so it's a pretty exciting project. And during these improvements, we are hoping that will help alleviate some of the sheet flow from the east to the west side intersection.
Is that why the sign is gone too right now? Or the sign's down?
No.
Subdivision, no?
I think it's back up this morning.
Oh, it is, oh, okay.
That's probably because DOT was in town. Drew touched on the west side study. I'm not going to go into great detail. I had a whole spiel about this, but you know, looking from the north to the south at Aqua, the transition to the duck trail is somewhat difficult. So the west side feasibility, that would help us to potentially move forward with a west side trail. It will also look at drop-offs, utilities, flooded areas. How do we address them and deal with them in order to put in a new trail?
So yeah, there's also going to be bicycle and pedestrian improvements on the west side of the road associated with the elevation of NC-12 as noted by VHB earlier today. So I think that's...
And I'll just note that that same project will result in the removal of the east side trail, but it'll be replaced once the road is raised. Retaining walls, we didn't do any last year, but the year prior, we replaced the retaining wall at Norbanks. And you can see on the right, that's the new retaining wall compared to the old one. We also replaced the retaining wall at Wood Duck to Pintail, which we commonly called the bus stop. The new and improved bus stop is a great viewing spot for a wonderful sunset in Duck. Next up, Drew mentioned we're going to be proposing to replace the retaining wall at Plover Drive.
So over the years, we've taken pride in being a bicycle and pedestrian-friendly community, and just to prove how bicycle and pedestrian-friendly we are, we've installed the counters. We've had one counter for quite a few years north of Four Seasons, and now we have a second that's about to be installed in the ground that'll count bicycles and pedestrians like this one that you see Kim Pittman working on at Four Seasons. And this new one will be in front of Sunset Grill or in the Sunset Grill vicinity there. We have 2 smaller counters now on hand that can easily be moved around, and they're great. They're going to be great for tracking pedestrian activity along the boardwalk in particular. And there's one we still have up that we set up during the Jazz Festival to track movement into that main corridor off of Duck Road, and then we left the one that you saw earlier still on the boardwalk. But it'll be really good for Kim in particular to see what areas of the boardwalk are getting used more frequently, and we can use that information to apply for grants and things like that.
The comprehensive land use plan also talks about preserving, protecting, and enhancing the Atlantic Ocean shoreline. And in your Vision 2032, explore ongoing beach management, including strategies, ordinances, access, tents, and driving. I'm not going to touch on tents or driving because that's going to be on the agenda for tomorrow. But I did want to go over just a couple things that are happening. We already know beach nourishment scheduled for fall. It got delayed. It's going to end up in March. I'm sorry. Don't. Whew, March. That went through really fast. I'm sorry. Let me try that one more time. So I just wanted to remind people what they can expect when beach nourishment gets here in March. These are some of the views from 2017, and hopefully when they finish well before May, there'll be a rainbow. Following beach nourishment, you can anticipate annual beach and dune profile surveys. These are just some pictures of what you might see. Guys in wetsuits, trucks on the beach, boats near shore. But we will make sure that all that information is publicized so that people aren't going, why is there a boat right next to the beach? Because we've had that happen before. About a year and a half ago, we brought to your attention that beach vitex had been located in Duck. We have been actively working to eradicate that, and we now just are monitoring what's left, and hopefully that will be a thing of the past very soon. Beach access grading in the nourishment area only. I just want to emphasize that since there was some confusion earlier this year about where beach access grading actually occurs. I wanted to show you, this is the Northern Carolina Dunes beach access in February 2022, and the bottom picture is that same access in May 2022. So that's what our grading helps to do. It's not quite as easy when you're dealing with private accesses. This is access in Snow Geese in May of 2022, and then this is in July of 2022. So you can see that there's still a pretty substantial slope down, but the escarpment is gone. And I want to piggyback on that because I couldn't find any actual pictures of us beach grading, but I did want to remind everybody that we've been doing this since 2017, not just the community accesses, but the private access ways. This generally occurs in the spring and the fall, depending on the beach conditions, because we can't do it in the summertime. Also don't want to do it in December or January when we may have 2 more months of nor'easters and have to go back and do it 2 or 3 more times.
And I don't mean to interrupt your slide,
go for it.
but you're saying, just so I understand, all the beach nourishment area, if there's a huge escarpment area issue, that the town has been aiding the private homeowners as well?
Absolutely.
But then you would probably not be doing anything for this spring, knowing that there's going to be nourishment, or are you planning on doing it?
I would anticipate that we will try to delay knowing that nourishment is happening. Like, nourishment is supposed to begin in March.
Right.
So it's going to be before Easter. So there's 2 timelines that are really critical in the off-season: Easter and Thanksgiving. If we have something happen around those dates, we try to make sure that we have the beach graded, because that's when we have an influx of people for a long holiday weekend. Okay. So outside of those dates, between the end of November and the end of March, if we can avoid that and we have community access, that's the way we would prefer to go, because we don't have a public works department. So I've got to mobilize people. We've got to pay them. We've got to get them out on the beach. We've got to make sure the conditions are such that they can get out on the beach. With that being said, we continue to evaluate the needs based on the conditions with a strong focus towards maintaining walkability at community access ways. We are still going to grade the private access ways, but when you take out the amount of use that occurs at a private access way versus a community access way, it's always going to be harder to maintain that walkability at a private access way. You're not going to ever be able to have that same level, just you don't have the use. We continue to have contracted sand fencing, beach grass planting, volunteer beach grass planting. We are in our 6th year. We are aging, but we're still going strong. Let's see. We're still seeing new volunteers with some of our younger staff active as well, like Jim, and Melissa's been out, and Jessica's been out, and I'm still waiting on Jeff Ackerman. I'd also like to point out that some of our volunteers, I have to say I did this picture before the Super Bowl, so I was really optimistic that the Eagles were going to win, knowing that I put this in the slideshow. I was sadly mistaken. So I want to point out the gentleman standing right next to the Sandy Ridge sign is standing right here. If he can stand up, his name is Kevin Lingard. He has ran and managed about 3 or 4 plantings without any staff assistance in our absence. So I want to give him a huge hand of applause. I expect he's going to continue to do the same for us in the future. Just a couple stats real quick. Total number of plantings to date as of yesterday was 15. Jim and I were not here. Total average number of volunteers. Total number of volunteers so far this year is 85. We're averaging 14 per planting. 232 volunteer hours and 71,000 sprigs have been put in the ground. We are on target to get to 6,000 or 7,000 linear feet with volunteers. And I'd like to thank Jane Berry for this photo she took the day after we planted at Cook Drive on our 12th, January 12th, something like that. Comprehensive land use plan, preserve, protect, and restore the Currituck Sound shoreline, improve the community's resilience to rise in seas and changing climate. Also, in your vision, plan for and construct living shoreline protection on the sound frontage. Jim?
Yeah, and as part of this plan, you'll probably see a lot more living shorelines being installed, like that one that VHB talked about during the presentation this morning, with the wooden sill, the rock revetment, and the associated marsh grasses and plants in between, going up to the road raising project at NC12. And that's just to outline the project area again, from Dune Road up to Barrier Island Station. And there's a kind of a good example of what you might see. That's not in the town of Duck, but that's a picturesque view of what they look like.
VHB also talked about the shoreline stabilization of the town property. They've mentioned that this has been on the books for quite a while. I just wanted to show you why it's been on the books for a while, and why it's important. This is an aerial for 2010 from the Division of Coastal Management. And this is an area from 2020. Wow. I think it's a telling picture as to why we need to pursue this project. And again, you're going to see sills, plantings, and that's kind of the concept that you'll see. I believe that's from Moore Shore Road and Kitty Hawk. Comprehensive land use plan says to improve local flooding and stormwater management. We've seen this picture many times. This is Seabreeze Drive. And that brings us to our Resilient Coastal Communities Project, which VHB spoke on, so I'm not going to go into great detail, but this is just one of the reasons we're studying it. The Phase 3 contract was signed in the fall with VHB. We had our kickoff meetings in December. We had 5 meetings with 5 different communities and then a public meeting. They have put together a preliminary draft that came kind of to you today based on these kind of maps. And they're looking at a final report anticipated in May 2023. And I just want to remind everybody that our next in-person public engagement will be March 30th. That's a Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30. That means everybody can make it here and then go to Sweet Teas. I expect following that meeting, staff will bring something back to council at your April meeting, and then a final will come to the May meeting.
Just looking at what we heard this morning, think about getting public engagement on that. So it's going to go on the website. I imagine we're going to be telling everybody to go to the website when it's up there.
We have an outreach plan in place.
Okay.
So once VHB gives me what they want, then Kay and Paige, she wasn't here today, but she's with VHB. They'll communicate, make sure all of that's out on the website. social media, and then we'll have a direct email to the focus area groups. And then we'll also solicit people through e-news. Great, great. Joe wanted me to touch on our flood management and CRS stuff. Last year, we presented all 5 of these plans. Hunter Braithwaite has helped to prepare drafts for us for the flood response plan and the crisis track operating guidelines. I just need to get through and do a final review of them. We are still looking to implement a program for public information, which will increase our scores with the CRS, flood insurance assessment and coverage improvement plan, as well as a substantial damage management plan. They are all designed to help us with hazard mitigation and to improve our CRS rating, which increases the insurance discounts that you get for flood insurance. Some of the public education items that we do, we send out annual emails and mailings. We do this to realtors, lenders, insurance agents, providing them with information about what MAP services we offer them. We also send mailings out to our repetitive loss areas, which were kind of like what that's how our focus areas developed for the RCCP Phase 3. We also send mailings to all of our owners. This Prepare, Protect, Insure brochure is a joint brochure with the 6 different municipalities and the county. We expect we'll be redesigning for a new brochure next year with a grant maybe from OBAR. We also have a social media schedule that's been coordinated with the county and the other municipalities. So all of us are doing the same thing at the same time, trying to create a change in behavior and making sure that the word gets out. We also have annual hazard mitigation updates, which we brought to you back in August. We have events, we have exercises we do in response to actual events, and sometimes they're just planned exercises like we did last spring in the county, and where the DUC participated with the rest of the municipalities. Comprehensive land use plan also talks about guiding the character, location, type of development, ensuring that the development of land minimizes negative impacts and avoids risk to public health, safety, and welfare. We had one really hot topic this year, and that was resort realty. This is the site plan. It was really hard to read, so I just wanted to show you like an overlay of what it's going to look like when it's completed, and this is what was approved by town council. We had one other item that came to council from a zoning perspective, and that was a change of use at North Duck Water Sports following a zoning text amendment to allow duplexes in the C1 district. Very, very minor project. This was the big deal. Building development permits and inspections. As luck would have it, we have taken these pictures and they're all in kind of in order in how a house would go up. So this is a house in Cappy's Inlet that just had piling set not long ago. This is the house right on the corner of Old Duck and Duck Road that's being framed. And once you're done framing, you're gonna put a roof over it, and this is happening in Soundsea Village at Hillside Court. And then this house up on Osprey Ridge is near completion, just waiting for a driveway to go in. So pretty exciting. We had a total of 19 new homes this year, and I'm gonna let Jim speak to how that compares.
So you'll see a lot of numbers here. And basically what we're going to take a look at there is the total permits and see that in 2021 we had 715, and basically that was an anomaly. That was just a boom year compared to every other year. So 2022 kind of brought us back in line, but it's still the second highest year out of the last 5. So it's important to point out, and same with building permits, and yeah, it's just an anomaly that 2021 was. This graph really shows that anomaly in full force there with that huge spike at 715.
We wanted to show you some of the new finished construction homes, and I wanted to note that construction is typically on a pile foundation. What we have seen, and before I get there, I'm sorry, you approved 2 special use permits in 2020 to allow a large amount of fill. These are those houses complete. So this is on Bayberry. They were side by side, and they just finished up this past year. Across the street, we had a house burned down, and that's this house being reconstructed. And I'll point out that this house, all of that driveway is permeable pavement, which is going to be a great benefit to the houses around it. And then last but not least, this is a house that was built on Dune Road. It has a little accessory attachment, so to speak, and it also used gravel pave. So just some different things. And that house was also built on a slab, I'm pretty sure. So I think part of what's happened in the past few years is the cost of construction has gone up, so they've changed the methods in which they're building where they can.
So since we started record keeping in 2011 using the Citizen Serve software that we use, the average homes being built per year was about 12. If you look at 2022, we have new construction at 22, which is basically 83% higher than the yearly average. So definitely a lot of new homes being built in the town of Duck. And you said 19 earlier, I'm not sure where we.
I'm gonna go with Jim's.
Go with mine.
Go with Jim's.
So that's interesting to point out. So that just shows that, once again, we had a boom year in 2021, and now we're getting back on trend with the total permits. Now this is interesting.
Oh, this is what I was interested in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we actually had the third largest home built in the town of Duck that we have on record last year, on Osprey Ridge, a Nolan Finch home. And so that was kind of interesting. Overall, the home values are 51% greater this year, and that probably reflects the increase in cost of building materials and probably some increased labor costs too. And then the average home over the years is 10% greater in size than historical averages. So we're getting much larger homes also, and as you can see the final note there, they're probably the larger homes are getting put into the rental area, and the smaller are getting, maybe lived in by new residents in town. I think it's interesting to see the smallest residence there, the heated square footage is almost equal to the unheated square footage. You'd have to take a look back and see which home that is to go check out their deck.
I think I know which one that
Where their
is.
swimming pools.
Interesting that the largest one is 6 bedrooms, even though they're large. It's spatially not huge on occupancy.
The average value of a home last year was $956,000, or $956,116.
For the construction.
For the construction. So that was a 51% increase in historical, or compared to last year, sorry. Last year's, it was a 51% increase in the average. So the average value was $633,804. So really huge increase in construction costs.
I don't have the exact number for resale through the realtors, but I know that Duck is the highest value and has increased the most in terms of resale and, sales of
price.
property, sales price. We average the highest of all the other areas in Dare County.
So last year, the average sales price of a home in the Outer Banks alone was $619,000. So I can tell you that right off the bat, and I know I have those figures for Duck somewhere.
Camo permits, this is the last slide, I promise. We had 19 oceanfront camo permits, 6 soundfront. Just wanted to show you a couple pictures. This is a very unique house that's being built on the soundfront. And then Jim mentioned the second or third largest house to date in Duck. That's this house on Osprey Ridge. Of those camo permits, 6 were new construction projects. 2 were on the soundfront, 3 were oceanfront. Of those 6, 5 were demos and reconstruction. So the first picture I showed you of the very unique house on the soundfront, that's the only one that's been developed on vacant, undeveloped land. These are all redevelopments. And the last 3 I have are oceanfront homes that were all demos and reconstructions. And as Joe would say, someone's sitting in the shade today. Someone's sitting in the shade today because of
Let me got it. This took some planning on my part.
Joe's going to help you out here.
My back's a bit stuck with the staff.
That's all we have. Do you want to say it? No. That's all we have. You can read it. I can't speak it. We're happy to entertain questions.
I have one question, kind of unrelated, but related. Any initiatives on follow-up on SUPs? I mean, we issue a lot of SUPs, and then years pass by, and by the way, it's nothing like what we approved.
So I would imagine that you're likely speaking of restaurant SUPs that have been issued. For instance, roadside, NC Coast, Coastal Cravings. Yes, we do actually, I was out at roadside. We went out and did some visits after the first of the year to see who was complying with the removal of the COVID allowances. And some had not. And so they are on our radar. Staffing in our office is better, but we still have work to do, and there has to be an initiative to, yes, we need to work on that.
So that is on the radar. We heard that loud and clear from council last month at the strategic planning session. So that is on Joe's radar for his team.
And I'll say that we have addressed some SUPs recently, and we have tried to give them some leeway where we saw a problem occurring in the summer, and we waited till the winter to address it so that it wouldn't, strongly affect their business in a negative manner. So maybe it is relevant for us to act when the economic impact on that business won't be quite as high. But.
And something else that we've noticed a lot lately are lighting complaints. So we've actually added a new condition in our permits that says any exterior fixtures need to be completely or fully shielded, which means they're fully encapsulated and downlit. So as we receive complaints, we are actively researching them and sending out notices.
About the lighting, is that what
Yes.
you said? Okay, yeah.
A lot of residential complaints as of late.
We had a big night sky initiative many, many years ago, and the town actually had those.
Our
those-
shields? Yes.
And is that something that, I guess they're just readily, I was thinking about, for my own personal home, that the floodlight seems to be obnoxious when it comes on. And so those are things that maybe I guess you can just get them and get people to put them
I
on.
have actually pulled that website up many times in the past few months and sent them out as emails, like, here's an option for you to consider. If you don't want to change the fixture completely, this is something that just clips on. Understand, it clips on. So in a high-velocity wind event, you might lose them. So maybe have a couple extra on hand.
Yeah.
I think we're actually right on the verge of creating a guidance document for lighting concerns in general that have some low-cost lighting options to consider, like a spray-on, matte enamel that you could put on an existing light fixture. Even just the idea of maybe reducing the wattage, creating a warmer color bulb, certain things like that. So that when we send someone a violation, we're sending them an educational piece that says, here's how you can maybe quickly and easily address this.
Yeah, because that is something that makes us so unique, is being able to look up at night and see all those stars.
You'd be surprised at some of the comments we've gotten now. I got here and it's so dark, so we just got on the, I'm like.
It's dark for a reason. That's why you have these now, flashlights.
It's the way we want it. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Joe.
Sorry for taking up a little bit more extra time.
We let you go over your
Oh,
time.
it's excellent. Thank
Thank
you
you,
all.
good job.
We're now at the point of open discussion. Is there any other input by council, any other questions, discussion, and/or from staff? Everybody remaining silent. We will then recess until tomorrow morning, February 16th at 9 a.m. And the meeting is recessed.
Thank you. Good meeting.